Alright, well, good evening, everyone, and welcome back for more Shadows over Loathing. Last time, we were briefly a defense attorney during some alleged witch trials that were in fact not actually witch trials, solved some problems around Sandwich Town in the past. Hiya, Joe! And made our way to the S.I.T campus, where we now are in the steam tunnels, and we were supposed to help out Rufus, and well, there's just a lot of stuff going on. Already got the manhole over here, so let's, how have I been doing? Well, I'm doing pretty well, actually. I had a, occupational therapy appointment today, and I continue to recover. In point of fact, you will note that it no longer says no left thumb challenge on my streams. And that is because I am using my left thumb. Less than I would normally, right? I'm not like, I'm still not holding the controller normally, but I am in fact using my left thumb at least a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot the screen was just randomly blinking like that. I'm sure it's fine, nothing to worry about at all. Why did I come back here? Oh yeah, there are a couple of reasons I came back here. First, go back to Hobo Camp, because we got a new hobo there, I think. Yeah, I don't think we went and saw Beanie since he came in here. So here's Beanie. Well, hey there, good to see you again. Yeah, he got his stove in here, so now maybe at some point the grub car's gonna have some actual grub in it. Not yet, though. Not yet. Also, don't think I warmed my hands today, which is always nice. Pretty sure I didn't fish today, so let's go to the boardwalk. Oh! Yes! Now I can actually show something else off. So one other thing that I did last week was that I raised my shadow taint level to level 2, and you'll see a couple of black orbs or holes or whatever those bizarre shadow monsters are made of are drifting towards you. You experiment with them a little bit, walking around behind you, moving erratically, see how close they track you, get them to collide with each other and so on. Can't really draw any conclusions. Also, they seem to be getting all annoyed with all your fooling around, though you aren't sure how you know that. I can now sing to them. I will sing to the shadows. Sing a song to the shadows. You sing to the orbs. They harmonize with you and each other. They join. They elongate. They are a pickle now. You got an item. Shadow pickle. Yes. A pickle. Good. I love how stupid fun this game is. I mean, singing to shadows makes perfect sense, right? It is an absolutely sensible thing to do. A saucy wibbler. I caught a Magikarp! Hooray! Liverwurst Slim Jim. You can catch things other than, like, stupid fish to put in the... Yeah, like the haunted clam. Like, there are other items you can get from fishing. Oh yeah, mysterious... Just like that cryptic message in a bottle. I haven't figured out what the hell to do with that... mysterious message in the bottle. Nasty goo. Pickle Inspector Fish. Licorice Taffy, alright. So that's everything from here. Oh, right, I also remember the other reason that I wanted to go here is back on Plunkett Street, because I'm idiot. No, no, no. Definitely do not want to fight these guys at this point. We are so close to realizing why I don't want to fight them, and why I haven't been fighting them. Alright. Let's see. What? Oh, right, I'm stuck over here. So we now have a new date, February 17th, 1788. So we got the Galtz Prize, apparently an award for extraordinary achievements in interdisciplinary science. In 1788, it was awarded to 4 professors at S.I.T. Professors Gregory, Howe, Jeffy, and Milkwood, for building some kind of antenna for listening to cosmic radiation. Presentation and subsequent celebration was emceed by Dean Wormwood. Sounds very science-y. So we got that date by looking up Dean Wormwood. Alright. So the names were Gregory, Howe, Jeffy, and Milkwood. I should write this down somewhere. Psychogeologist. Glowing ooze, yes, that's fine. Oh wait, I don't have a pencil or a pen or anything around here, and I haven't exactly been able to write recently, so no surprises there. But alright, I'll want to take care of that, because looking up faculty members at S.I.T. is fun. Alright. Climb down, and there is in fact another antique manhole cover here, so let's climb down. Hobo code. The code reads emergency ring behind this brick. You pull out the brick, sure enough there's a ring behind it. Fustulent ring? The heck does that do? Oh. Instead of a gem, this ring sports a little glob of nasty cheese. Ew. Queso Fustulento also reduces target's muscle mysticality moxie by 1. Not bad, but I really like the ring. Which one am I wearing now? Yeah, I like St. Stilton's better because being able to deal. I mean, at this point, it's 5 damage to, I want to say, 5 opponents. I think. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think I did in fact deal with that. How much XP do I even have? 35. I've gotten everything from here, so it is what it is. So let's start fishing in the sewers. Skid-marked scaly fin. Eau de toilette. What the heck does that even do? Oh, increases stench armor by 3. The French idiom that in this case is being used as a literal phrase. Ew, the toilet. Ah, this looks interesting. This fishman is neither capable of nor interested in talking to you. This fishman is a scaly, silent type. This fishman came here to drink, not to speak to you. You don't seem to be able to get the bartender's attention. Ooh, a barrel of olives. Fancy Dan would love to have this if you could manage to sneak it out here. So there's a barrel of olives. Either a fishy-looking guy or a guy-looking fishy. The way he seems to be getting angry, like he's getting an angry drunk on. Talk to him. Hey, buddy, what's up? Who asked you? Takes a couple of fishman eggs out of his pocket, lobs them at the bartender. Hey, give me another. Bartender shoots him some side-eye, although technically fishermen are always doing that. Brings him over another bottle of something. To ask him about his weird head? You pause, trying to think of a more diplomatic way to phrase that. Say, I couldn't help noticing. I can't take that from the likes of you. You army. I gotta take nothing from nobody. Yeah, you tell him, buddy. Yeah, another thing. Another thing. That's right, you said it. That's right, I said it. Hey, bartender, bring over for my friend here. He pitches another couple of eggs at the bartender, who reluctantly brings you a 40-ounce bottle and a foul-looking mug. Is this brine? Think you can mash me here long? I'll drink you under the table. Go for it. Despite this being an obviously terrible idea, you manage to down 2.5 pints of raw salt water without throwing up. You immediately have a splitting headache. Your drinking buddy laughs at your pained expression. You're still standing. Not bad. Bartender, off around. Keep going. 6 muscle. You choke down another giant bottle of seawater. Despite the volume of liquid sloshing around inside you, your mouth feels entirely dry, and you're thirstier than you've ever been in your life. Someone is practicing jazz drum solos very nearby, possibly inside your skull. Not bad, friend. Of course I got a head start on you. One more. Keep going, 7 muscle. Oh boy. You can literally feel your internal organs turning to jerky. The edges of your vision are going black. You manage to stay upright just long enough to see this fish guy's head hit the table. Then you rifle through his pockets and stagger out the door with your mug still desperately clutched in one hand. Oh boy. Once you're done throwing up, you take a little nap. You got an item, Fishman Row, and a nasty mug. Yay! Well, that's a way of dealing with things. So we drank a fishman under the table. Hooray for us. So now, technically speaking, we should have enough Fishman Row to give back to Rufus. And were I a normal person, that would probably be enough. I'm not normal, though. Never been. So I think there were a couple of other locations. Yep, there was one over here. Let's go down. Oh, hey! A friendly shadow void. Well, isn't that pleasant? I like the little friendly voids. They're very friendly. Alright, let's pop that over there so that I can update that for the spiders if and when necessary. Well, hello. I can't, despite what it seems to be saying, I can't fish in there. Let's go pull out a shadow pickle and go fishing in here. I got a foul-finned barf carp. I should just sell that fish in a sack. Another foul-finned barf carp. Nasty bag. Hooray. What the heck is this place? Fish guy's too focused. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Second drunkest fishman you've ever seen. Why am I in the sewer? I'm in the sewers because I'm hunting for Fishman Row and High Normans. Order a drink. Glug glug. Holds up a bottle of some greenish-brown liquid you assume is probably mostly kelp juice and sewer moth squeezings. I haven't had enough to drink a Fishman drink, so bartender pours some of the liquid into a battered cocktail shaker, shakes it up with a handful of gravel, and pours it in an empty tin can. A Fishman concoction. What does that do? A rinsed out tin can containing 3 fingers of liquid derived from stuff that grows in sewers, which sounds gross, but how bad could it actually be, right? Increases muscle and max AP by 1. I mean, it's not useful to me, because mysticality is what I want, but it's not bad. Plant in this pot looks very greasy. Looks like the fishmen have set up a little casino, yes. Let me try to class up the joint with some dead ferns. Alright, play a game. The game seems to consist of throwing a handful of pebbles and rusty nails on the table. It's both very simple and very vague. Watch for a while. Player next to you picks up some fishman eggs, puts some fishman eggs on the table. Croupier picks up the pebbles and nails and hands them to the player, who shakes them up and scatters them across the table. Croupier looks at the nails and pebbles, shakes his head. The player makes an argumentative noise and points at one of the nails. Croupier sighs and peers at it closer, and shakes his head and defiantly takes the player's eggs. The player pouts. Keep watching. The fishman gambler antes up some eggs again, then the dealer collects the nails and pebbles, hands them to the player, and waits for the player to shake them up and toss them into the air. Croupier looks at the nails and pebbles, shakes his head. Player makes an argument, and blah, blah, blah. Alright, let's place a bet. You put some meat on the table. A croupier blinks at it but doesn't object. He picks up the nails and pebbles and hands them to you. You shake them and drop them on the table. They bounce and roll a little, but they quickly come to a rest. Croupier shakes his head and takes your meat. Player counts out some eggs and puts them on the table. The dealer collects the nails and pebbles, hands them to the player, waits for the player, shakes them up. Okay. Place a bet again. Croupier looks at them and nods at you. Carefully consider the arrangement of pebbles and nails and choose... Oh! Choose a nail to retoss, and the nail comes to rest. Croupier shrugs and pushes your meat back at you. Looks like you got that tie or a push or whatever they call it. Play again. Alright, play again. Aha! The fishman places more eggs on the table. The dealer hands him the pebbles and nails, and the player who kisses them and then sends them flying on the table. Croupier nods at the player who picks up one of the nails and carefully drops again, making satisfied glug. Croupier adds a few more eggs to his pile. Place a bet. Okay. Keep your eyes on the game, not sure what's going on. Fishman places more eggs on the table. Once again, the dealer gives the pebbles and nails to the other fishman, who then tosses them vigorously on the table. Croupier seems impressed, nods at the player, picks up one of the nails and tosses it again. Croupier adds a large pile of eggs to the player's bet. The player grabs them with a burbling cry of joy and greed. Aha! Okay. You put some meat on the table. The croupier blinks at it but doesn't object. He picks up the nails and pebbles and hands them to you. Shake them up and drop them on the table. They bounce and roll a little but quickly comes to a rest. The croupier looks at them and nods at you. You carefully consider the arrangement of pebbles and nails. Choose a nail to retoss. When the nail comes to a rest, croupier looks impressed. He adds a pile of fishman to your eggs to your meat, pushes them towards you. You won, apparently. Spiffy. Alright, so I think it's completely randomized as to whether or not you win at that game. I don't think you actually have to read as much detail about what the guy is doing to actually win. I think I just got unlucky. Ah, a Tin Lizzie! My trusted lieutenant, Kelly Iron. Close enough. Nothing in particular. I just happened to see you and thought I'd say, hey, go get him, great job, keep it up, that sort of thing. Gosh, I literally have zero idea what it is you're doing, though. Well, me neither, but hey, it hasn't stopped me. You're an inspiration to us all. I love the Tin Lizzies so much. I really do. Also, I'm pretty sure there's another Hoojamajiggets down here. Yeah, Hoojamajiggets. Again, I had enough... sewer shark, okay. I had enough once I got 3, so I had 2 last time, I got 1. Well, I've gotten 2 so far now, but... Skidmark Scalyfin. You don't need to get all of them. Uh-oh. You step through a hole in the wall and down a short tunnel, emerge in front of a whole crowd of yelling fishmen. This almost sends you into panic until you realize they aren't yelling at you. They're yelling at two fishmen pummeling each other in a boxing ring. Looks like you've discovered a literally underground fishing league, or fighting league. Fascinating. Oop. Yeah, all of them are completely focused on the fight. Okay, what are the rules? The first rule is glub, glub, glub. The second rule is also glub, glub, glub. Wow, they are really going at it. This guy almost looks human, apart from gill flaps and big fishy lips. So they're commentating the boxing match or practicing to be a world-class gargler. Talk to him. We don't get many humans down here. Glug, 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 glug. You're the better to fight. Ask about betting. How does betting work? Ain't complicated. You place a bet on next round, and if a fighter you pick wins it, I pay you. Glug, glug, glug. Since you're human, I assume you'll be betting meat. I can cover that within reasonable amounts. Is it round by round, not the whole match? Nah, we got no idea how long this fight's gonna go. Glug, 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 glug. Could be days. Place a bet. Let's bet 25 meat. Do we want Jack the Shark Sharky or Tommy Lotran? I'll let chat decide. Chat decide. This sounds like a brilliant idea. Who to bet on in a fish boxing whoozamajiggets. I don't even know how much meat I actually have at this point. Shark, okay. Norman says shark. Is anybody else even still in chat? I feel like Joe left pretty quickly. Says one other person's watching, so if the other person watching wants to weigh in on Sharky or Tommy. Nah, good enough. Alright, 25 on Sharky. It's a bet. Bell rings and the fighters approach each other. Round 22. Let's go. Two fighters charge furiously at each other. Two of them are on their guard looking for an opening. Tommy surprises Sharky with a left hook. Tommy powers through Sharky's defenses, crushing haymaker. Sharky hits the mat. Bell rings. Sharky loses. Place another bet. 25. Try Sharky. Darn it. Tommy? Hey, Tommy wins. All right. Let's try another one on Tommy. I want to see if this is like a rigged thing. Nope, Tommy loses. Okay. I've still got plenty of meat. But that's not how you get Fishman Row from here. You actually have to fight. So ask about fighting. Hey, can I join in on the fighting? Sure, kid. Sure you can. Only rule is bare knuckles only. No weapons. Plus, this is a title bout. We can't interrupt it. Sharky and Tommy have been going 25 rounds already. So if you want to fight, you gotta jump in there and beat them both for the title. What do I get if I win? Holds up a large tarnished brass championship belt, which is heavily encrusted with glistening fishman eggs. Alright, so no weapons allowed. So let's go to what I have equipped. Oop. No weapons. So, equip that. Does that count? Aha! Yeah, that's all you have to de-equip is your actual weapon. You can keep your hat on, you can keep your ring on, you can keep anything else on. Just de-equip your weapon. Okay, let me at him. Okay, kid, your funeral. What's your name? Margaret Eckelberg. Ladies! And a new challenger approaches, facing Jack the Sharky and Tommy Lokran for the championship title in round 25. It's Margaret Chumbucket Eckelberg. Hey, good luck, kid. You're gonna need it. Get in the ring. Ah, so it gets a spider, but I don't. That doesn't sound right. But alright, so I've caused some stench. And you'll notice, right, I can POW. But these guys actually have a lot of HP. Spider doesn't, but... So what I would love to do here is Stilt and Splatter. You can also use combat items, by the way. Yeah, let's keep going. Stilt and Splatter. That'll knock out the spider. How much do I do barehanded? 9 physical. 9 physical. I do the most damage with Queso Fustalento. I've got 3 AP left. So I can take out one of them. Actually, here's what we're going to do. So that was perfect. We'll Stilt and Splatter. Chip damage on both of them. And now you're within KO range for my mighty fist. Slap the fish! Pound that tuna. You win! The announcer grudgingly gives you the championship belt. You scrape the eggs off it and stash it in your sack. 16 XP, Fishman Row, and the item championship belt. Tommy and the Shark pick themselves up and go back to pummeling each other, probably just for something to do. And even though she didn't participate in that fight, Alfina grew stronger. Championship belt is good for melee weapons, but I'll use a melee weapon. Where's my Hoojamajiggets? There we go. Alright, good. So now we have gotten plenty of Fishman Row. There is one other quick thing I want to check. Uh-oh. Bot. I see you, bot. And I delete you. Deletify. Deleted. Alright, good. Nope. Alright, let's see. Bank. Cerberus. I can now unlock Phylax with 7 muscles. Doors locks are modeled after the monstrous mugs of the Great Hound. Cerberus takes everything you've got, but finally the sturdy keyhole of Phylax falls to you in this contest of raw strength. Cast Iron Head gives you a nod. Respect between gladiators. With the 2 locks of Phylax and Methapon. No, we don't like bots. With the 2 locks of Phylax and Methapon defanged, the head of Sneaky Pete bends back its jaw and releases its lock with a yawn. The key to Sneaky Pete, apparently, was to not use a key. Huh, works for me. All 3 heads are now unlocked. Open the door. Hooray! I have broken into a bank. Man, I do kind of wish Dawning was here for this. Black has gone green with age. July 4th, 1899. Today we celebrate our opening of Secure Burris Building and Loan at Plunkett Street, Ocean City. This miraculous little lamp has been burning for 20 years and counting, keeping a single solitary vigil over to the dying of the bank. I'm leaving that on. Stanchion stands stolidly still, staying stoically stationary. Integrity, security, excellence, a corporate value for each head of the dog. Alright, standing by the cash register, you fantasize about what it'd be like to have a service job instead of whatever it is you do. I work at a gas station and a restaurant. Oh, that's right. Open the cash register. The door is sealed shut. There's no obvious way to open it. There's nothing you can do with the cash register at all. In fact, bang on the numerical keys as a toddler, like, hit your buttons! 3? Huh. Gain 3 XP. The drawer pops open, not the hardest code in the world to crack. Guess not. How dare you? This took me forever. Pop the cash register open, which technically counts as a bank heist. Search the register. Meat lines the drawers and uniform piles. Take it. Huh. 19 meat. No wonder the banks are collapsing if this is all they've got in the till. Is there anything else? Aha! You've always said your eyes are eagle quality or better, and here's the proof. There's a tiny button at the back of the register. A secret alarm. Why the hell would I want to press the button? Alright, well, let's see if I can get into the vault, shall we? There is no visible means of opening this monstrous vault door. Kick it. Ow. Oh, boy. There is no visible means of opening this monstrous vault door. Punch it. Ouch. There is no visible means of opening this monstrous vault door. Shoot it. Oh, I love that sound effect. Well, that didn't work either. Okay, there is no visible means of opening this monstrous vault door. Tie the vault to a car and drive down the street. Yeah, this sounds like a brilliant idea. Well, that clearly went well. That did not go as planned, huh? Huh. There is no visible means of opening this monstrous vault door. Open it. Who knows? Well, I can't get in there, apparently. So I've gotten into this bank and only stolen 19 meat. Oops. That's unfortunate. We'll have to keep an eye on that later. Meantime, though... Is it 1899? Yes. July 4th, 1899. You find something interesting. Today saw the grand opening of a new banking concern, Secure Burris Building and Loan. Residents of Ocean City watched in appalled disgust as, during the opening ceremony, the maximum security vault door was installed backwards. Oh, Jesus. Stealing inside their savings and valuables for eternity. The bank's chairman reassured worried customers that the mistake would not affect operations. What happened next? 10 minutes later, the bank was closed permanently. Banks, can't trust them. You really can't. Alright, so this one was Gregory, Howe, Jeffy, and Milkwood. Remember those names. Normans, remember Gregory, Howe, Jeffy, and Milkwood. Very, very, very important. Oh, also let's go to... Here, I got something for you. Found this case of absinthe. Hey, that'll attract some dour artsy types. I love it. I found this cola. Come in handy if any children want to get drunk here. A lot of people Apparently not beating Wo-Chin here. No, we're definitively not. Found some olives. Fantastic. Our martinis have been a little lackluster, I must admit. Order a drink. So now I can order a drink. I can get a gin, which increases mysticality, with a cola for +1 max AP. If you thought I had enough AP, you ain't seen nothing yet. And an olive for +20% meat gains. Gin and cola with an olive, coming right up. Hooray! Now I am fancy cocktail. So we've got mixers and garnishes now. What do you say, bud? Beneath the roaring crowd, a subtle flavor lurks. Interesting. Oh, KR, I'm doing very, very, very well. I had, like I was telling Joe earlier, I had an occupational therapy appointment earlier today, and zookeeper's decent down the stairs, down the hatch. And my recovery is going very well. Probably. At least so far as any of you know. Alright, we're not going to immediately go back to S.I.T. campus. I am really trying to put off going to class. Really trying. Because I do want to go to the museum. There's also something else here that I want to show. Okay, History of Rocks professor. I like History of Rocks. So I want to wander around here. So if you'll recall last time, one of the little girls told us that she dropped her key somewhere close to town. Now I've got the metal detector, so let's go wandering. Aha! You spend some time poking around in the woods near the Sandwich Village with Rufus's metal detector and unearth a nearly impressive pile of trash before finding what you hope is Delia's house key. Self-adhesive rivets, piece of scrap metal, chunk of lead, and extremely rusty old key. Then you write Rufus S.I.T. steam tunnels on the metal detector and stick it in a mailbox. I was just gonna go visit Rufus anyway! I don't know why you did that, but okay, flush myself through time again. We can use that to go through here. Door to this house is locked. You check your pockets for the appropriate key. Extremely rusty old key. You brush off as much of the loose rust as you think you can get away with without turning the entire key into loose rust. Then slide it into the keyhole and carefully turn it. The lock clicks open and then the key completely disintegrates. Enter. Oop. You peek in the front door and look around. It looks like nobody's home, which makes sense considering the door was locked. Snoop around. Yeah, I'm not sure why I even gave you this choice. We both know you were going to choose Snoop. Yeah, for real. Alright. This must be Delia's bed. Looks like there's something behind it. Small steel lockbox with the name Delia painted on it. Unlock it. On second thought, messing with the contents of that box would cause some sort of nasty paradox. Decide to leave it be. As if my entire fucking interference in this time hasn't caused a paradox, you goober. A white ceramic plate painted with nice forest scene. Pretty. No witch's brews here. Maybe a witch's stew. Probably just a regular person's stew. Nice antique dining table. Eventually. Alright, so we were here ostensibly to prevent the house from burning down. There is, in fact, a candle over here. So... Oh, this oil lamp is kind of uncomfortably close to the curtains. Move it. You carefully pick up... Well, MCH, don't know what the personal project is, but I wish you good luck. Also, hi there. Anyway, you carefully pick up the oil lamp and set it on the mantelpiece. That seems safer. Did you know that the oil in this kind of lamp comes out of a sperm whale's head? Tell me more! Okay, you see. Sperm whale fat renders down into pretty good lamp oil, better than other whales. But more importantly, they also have a reservoir full of really good oil in their heads, as much as 500 gallons of it. Nobody knows why or what it's for. So once people realized that sperm whales were relatively populous within sailing distance of the colonial coast, it sparked an entire industry. The whaling industry in the colonies began in the 1640s, but that was a fair bit south of here. Yes, the Wikipedia article. Look, you always have to ask for more information. Anyway, however, just 2 years ago in 1690, whalers started working out of the islands around Lieutenant Harbor, or rather what would eventually come to be called Lieutenant Harbor after its accidental enlistment and promotion during the War of 1774, and within 100 years those islands would become the whaling capital of the world. Until, of course, the whales ran out, but the industry was still able to flounder along until the invention of kerosene in the 1850s. Anyway, the point being, this lamp is really state-of-the-art technology around here. That's very interesting. Thank you. Much better. Alright, so hopefully this house will not burn down now. Only thing we can do here is just move that lamp and get told off for trying to unlock a little girl's lockbox. There is, of course, one more thing we can do here. But I actually want to go... I forgot. I want to go back. I want to go back forward in time, because there's the Hoojamajiggets here in the root cellar. This thing, I can step through it, and I have Shadow Taint 2 now. So a throbbing ring of negative energy around an oversized rat shape. Adopt the rat. You reach into the ring of nothingness, and the rat scampers on your arm and into your pocket. The void closes with an ominous pop. You got an item, Ben the Shadow Rat. Hooray for Ben the Shadow Rat. So Ben the Shadow Rat is a familiar. You found a friend in this tiny rodent made of negative space. The two of you need look no more, because you can't really see into one another's dimensions. Muscle 3, Mysticality 5, Moxie 4, HP 13, deals spooky damage to enemies. So it's not horrible, but it's not, like, he's not horrible, but he's not fantastic. But yeah, no, Ben the Shadow Rat. I still think the mosquito is the absolute best that you can get as far as crap, I don't remember. Oh, right, as far as familiars go, yeah. The mosquito is the best familiar that you can get, at least in my opinion. Anyway, want to drop by... Wait, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to go back into the past. I'm an idiot. Man, I am so frickin' scatterbrained. Crystal Dream Lake, we want to go back to the museum. There is still something that I want, because there's one more encounter with myself here that I want to see. But flush myself through time. Don't break the law, please. Discarded newspaper. I already spoke to you, right? Yeah. Can't fish in there, but I can fish in there. Alright, caught everything I could catch there. Forward in time. And notice that Putnam House, which has nothing particularly unusual about it except that witches lived here. Well, here's the thing. This was burned down, so I wonder what's in here now. That's completely different exhibits. Most of the Putnam family's possessions have been stored for cataloging preservation, but some notable pieces are on display here. Please do not touch. All right. Hi there. Hello, and welcome to the Putnam House. Please don't touch the exhibits. Ask about the exhibits. Excuse me, sorry, ma'am. I don't get paid to, I just get paid to stand here and keep an eye on things. I don't actually know anything about the exhibits. So, guess it won't work. Plaque says this iron pan was probably for regular cooking, but we're pretty sure it was also used for making small batch potions sometimes. There's an old painted plate on display here. Take a look. This is the plate that used to be used on the Putnam's mantelpiece. It's held up nicely over the last 236 years. The plaque on the plinth says this plate commemorates the founding of the town of Sandwich on All Hallows Eve. How witchy can you get? Take a closer look, and the plate does indeed have a date in the painted filigree around the edges. 31st October, 1626. Interesting. Alright, now I want to go back in the past. Well, now I want to go back to Ocean City, but I do want to fish around here first. I don't know why I keep mixing up my words. Oh yeah, I'm a doofus, that's why. But we still have to get into that root cellar in the past. And the thing is, right, Proctor, the town founder. So we don't know what his first name is, but it's a decent bet that his name or whoever, like, the way to get into the root cellar would probably have something to do with the founder of the town or the Proctor family. So let's go back to the lighthouse. Again, I'm trying to wander to get a specific event. Not this one. So we got a date. So let's see if we can find the date of the founding of Sandwich, the village of Sandwich. Well, damn, only goes back to 1783. But if we check, let's see. Here. October 31st, 1626. You find something interesting. This archive doesn't go back that far, but you do find an article about the village's 250th anniversary on October 31st, 1876. It says the town was founded in 1626 by a man named Fulk Proctor. It was considered a nice if unremarkable little village until traders found the town completely empty in early November 1692, apart from one dark-eyed old man who joined them on their route back to Ocean City. After that, the town remained abandoned and undisturbed due to rumors of haunting or a curse. Spooky. Very strange. But alright, Fulke. F-U-L-K-E. Sounds about right. You know, we haven't actually made any main story progress yet today, and I'm very happy about this. Okay, you hear some growling and shrieking and laughing nearby, and despite it being a bad idea because it's probably more of those horrible fairies, you go check it out. It does in fact turn out to be more of those horrible fairies. These ones are tormenting a badger, which is backed up in a shallow burrow and frantically swatting at them as they poke at it with little knives. Just as you're starting to back away, grateful they haven't noticed you, you step on a dry twig. It cracks noisily and the fairies all turn around. Dang it, twig! Alright, I'll fight these fairies. 2 more spiders for the collection. Oh, it's only like 3 fairies. One of which is a darn wackadoo. So we got Fairy Pine Needler. We've got Fairy Mush Tender. We've got a Fairy Wackadoo. Well, Molly can take out the Fairy Wackadoo. And there's now a little mushroom. Revel in my malodor. And Stilton Splatter. God, this is such a good... Like, this is such a good ability. Now that I have the St. Stilton ring and so much AP. You won. The Badger seems grateful, or at least as grateful as a Badger can seem, which isn't very much, to be honest. Fairy loot makes the difference, huh? Well, 12 XP and only Fairy Dust. Fairy Dust isn't a ton of loot, but sure. Alright, back to the past once more. Now that we know the founder's name, let's see if that'll work as the password. Do note that if you do this, you will not be able to access certain parts of... Well, you will literally be changing the history of this town and will no longer be able to get to certain areas in the future. Can't say it's surprising anybody names their son Fulk, or that nobody names their sons Fulk anymore. Anyway, cellar door is unlocked now. Enter. Well, this looks fun. We did see the remains of this in the future. This is also the golden pocket watch. The inside lead of the pocket watch is engraved to my son Tom on his 12th birthday. Well, that answers the question of what happens to Tom's watch originally, but in turn raises some additional questions. Since you effectively duplicated the watch by bringing the one from the future and giving it to Tom, it's probably best you leave this one here. Things could get real weird if you gave Tom this one as well. Okay. Shelf of dry goods from before wet goods were even discovered. Fulk. F-U-L-K-E, not fuck. Shelf of books so old you can't even parse the titles. Really, none of them. Ah, well, there's one with the word blood in it. That probably means blood, and you're interested in blood. Encyclopedium of Blood. So, this is just a way to increase my max HP. It's a good thing human anatomy hasn't changed in the last 300 years, or this book would be way out of date. Read. It's not as funny when I don't have to be PG. Correct. Anyway, might as well increase my HP as much as I can. So that book, basically, it's just a way to infinitely increase your HP if you really want to. But, as Norman said, what in the Full Metal Alchemist indeed. So I'm pretty sure... So remember if... Well, actually... Yeah, Blood Lore plus 7 max HP. If we go to the graveyard in the future, which I will do one more time, again, just to show you. First of all, you remember from that article that the village of Sandwich was abandoned except for one dark-eyed individual who joined a group of salesmen or travelers or whatever on their way to Ocean City. But if we look here, Nicholas Proctor somehow lived to be 230 years old and managed to survive the whatever the hell happened in 1692. When literally nobody else in the village did. Maybe you've seen that as a carpet. I have a similar... Well, I have a carpet in my bedroom in this game, but it is what it is. But okay, so Nicholas Proctor was obviously up to no good in this root cellar. You are correct, KR. So whatever this circle does is no good. Therefore, someone's chalked a magical ritual circle on the cellar floor. That's ominous. I'm gonna mess with it. You find some chalk on a nearby shelf, erase the circle, and redraw it backwards. That should throw a wrench into someone's plans. Yes, indeed. Doing that, as I mentioned earlier, will lock up certain areas of this town in the future. Nothing changes about it here in the past. You can still do whatever the heck you want in the past, but again, you can't go wandering, you can't do much of anything else. When you go to the future, though, welcome to the historical village of Sandwich, where the inhabitants keep history alive by living and working the same way people here did centuries ago. This house was the residence of the Danforth family. Step inside to learn more. This house has been the home to the Putnam family for hundreds of years. Feel free to ask about the historical village life. This horse trough is nearly 300 years old. The water's not that old, but you shouldn't drink it anyway. It's for horses. So there's a horse here now. Somebody led this horse to water, but the horse itself is finishing the job. We actually use this well for water, so please don't throw meat into it. That's what this said anyway. Uh-oh. What objection? Sandwich's church also served as an ersatz town hall, courtroom, racquetball court. Yeah, the water is in fact that old. Maybe. And schoolhouse. Nice gazebo. Sign reads, Sandwich Gazebo, vagrants welcome, thanks to you. And now there's, you look in the tub and wonder what magic potion Daisy would do. That should be changed, but sure. Sandwich boasted the county's first tripartite outhouse. Please do not attempt to use it, it is very old. That's new also. The wealthy Proctor family owned the biggest and most conveniently toilet-adjacent house in the village. If we go to the cemetery, you'll now see Peter Proctor, 1680 to 1737. So no longer died in 1692. Abigail Proctor, 1659 to 1719. These two remain the same because they died prior to 1692. Nicholas Proctor here. Nicholas Proctor, born 1656, vanished mysteriously, presumed dead 1692. And this is the same. We saw this already. John Putnam now died in 1718. Millicent Putnam now died in 1720. Delia didn't die until 1743. Again, these two died prior to 1692. Thomas Danforth now died in 1738. Teresa Danforth, 1713. Clarence Danforth, 1715. Again, these two died prior to 1692. So we put a stop to Nicholas Proctor's evil schemes, such that he didn't kill everyone, he just killed himself. And you'll see that there's actually some people standing around here. Well, first of all, there's her. This young lady looks quite a bit like Delia, though a little older. Talk to her. Howdy. Hello, I'm Dorothy Putnam. Dolly to my friends. Hi, Dolly, I'm Margaret Eckelberg. Are you related to Delia Putnam? That's right, she was my great aunt, except more greats than that. I thought so. You look just like someone who looks like a Delia. What? Never mind. About your nickname. Is it just short for Dorothy, or is it because of actual dolls? It's a little bit of both. I make a lot of the souvenir rag dolls we have on sale here. Oh, do you have an interest in historical dolls? That would explain how you know about my great aunt Delia. Oh, yeah, it totally would. In that case, yes, I do. I've read her old diaries. Apparently, the three-armed thing took off after she and her friend Patricia got into a squabble of some kind, and a passing traveler helped them make up. They became best friends after that. Aw, that's nice to hear. You'll recall we did that last episode. About Delia's friends. How did things turn out for Delia and Patricia and the rest of the kids, did her diary say? Let me think. Great Aunt Delia made a lot of dolls and eventually married a traveling trader. Sometimes she went out on his route with him. Patricia got married to a big six from one of the outlying farms, and they moved north to start a ranch. Tom Danforth became a judge like his pop, and Duty Head Peter became mayor. It was basically by default. Nothing super interesting, but, nothing much was back then. They all did well enough for themselves. Well, that's good. Thanks for the closure. What? Nothing. What's it like being a historical reenactor? Honestly, it sounds kind of boring. It's not so bad. It's easy work. I take the weekends off to cut loose in Ocean City with my friends, so it's not like I'm suffocating in this wool frock year-round. Can you imagine? Sheesh. Yeah, see you later, Dolly. Well, all right then. So that's what happened to all the kids. What do you have to say? This old man looks a little familiar. Talk to him. Hi there. Well, hello. Welcome to Sandwich. My name's Phil Proctor. I'm the mayor here. Any questions you might have about our little historical village, I'll be happy to answer as best as I can. Any relation to Peter Proctor? Aha, you must have seen the graves in our cemetery. Yes, that Peter Proctor was my I think it's 5 or 6 greats-grandfather. We don't know much about him, but judging from the headstone, he must have been a character. Yeah, you could say that, or I assume. Can I go into your house? I'm sorry, I'd love to show you the place. We've got a beautiful tapestry featuring portraits of some of my ancestors and a lot of other historical memorabilia. But you've arrived at a bad time. We're doing some renovation and restoration work, and it's a real mess inside. That's why I'm standing out here. I'm waiting for the electrician, or someone like him. Electrician? I thought you were all 18th century historical reenactors here. Oh, well, yes, technically. But I have a telephone for emergencies, and once a week, after the patrons have left in the evening, we all get together in my parlor to listen to the Loosener's Castor Oil Flakes musical variety hour on the radio. So we can't get into the Proctor house at all at this point. Do you know anything about witchcraft? Witchcraft? No. No witches around here. We filled the root cellar up with concrete purely because the house's foundation was a little shaky. What's that got to do with it? Nothing. Thanks. Talk to you later. So yeah, the root cellar here is decidedly off limits. That's why I had to go get Ben the Shadow Rat before foiling Nicholas Proctor's plans. And yeah, no, this whole thing is not accessible to us now. But let's actually go into the church, because we still can go here. You'll note that there's no more broken sign hanging out over here. Just a bunch of pews. And this antique altar has been carefully maintained over the years. No more jam or jelly on there. Nothing particularly useful you can do in there, but it's not like there was anything particularly useful you could do in there anyway. Last place is here. And you'll notice the person behind the counter has changed. Oop. The Danforth residence has been converted into a gift shop for your convenience. Why not take home a 3-armed rag doll, a style that originated here but became extremely popular statewide in the mid-1690s. So now they've got the 3-armed dolls instead of just sandwich cream. Somewhat familiar-looking man smiles from behind the counter. See what's for sale. You can't actually talk to him, though, I don't think. Yeah, no. And it's still just rubbing paper and sandwich cream. You can't buy a 3-armed doll, despite the fact that they tell you to. Which is a little weird. But hey, we've saved the village of Sandwich. I'm proud of us. And on that note, I am going to take a quick break. I shall BRB. Alright, back in Sandwich Town. Or Sandwich Village. Whatever, doesn't matter. We're done here, though. Like, we have saved the town, and we have gotten the best outcome for this location. I'm going to wander around a bit. Check the meat return. Darn. Continue on my way. You start to get that Dijon mustard feeling again. Look around to see yourself coming up the road. So it'd be as good a time as any to give her a pair of pants from S.I.T. Give her the pants. Hey there, I got you a souvenir from S.I.T. You tossed the pants to your puzzled past self. You went to the Seaside Institute of Technology. Wait, I'm going to the Seaside Institute of... Yep, don't forget to buy a pair of pants from the gift shop. To give to myself? Can't I just give her these ones? Yeah, but then you won't have them. Sorry, then you won't have them. So you'll want to buy a new pair for yourself. Which ones are these? What did you do? If I tell you, you won't be able to make that choice anymore. This is nonsense. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. I don't actually have a choice here, but I would have said actually I'm kind of enjoying it. ... You want to make it? I would love to. I would have loved to. I guess we better not. We didn't last time I had this conversation. I don't know why. It would have been my first instinct to make out with my past self or future self or whatever. Well, okay, no. Not me. I hate myself, but you know what I mean. Alright, so that one is resolved. And fragrance spores from Molly. Junk mail and a paperclip. You find some spider webs stretch across her path. As you move to brush past them, you notice runic patterns woven into the webs. Is it spider writing? You determine that the runes are spider speak for send flies. Well, you're surprised to learn that spiders can write. You're unsurprised to learn that their writing is so pedestrian. At least it wasn't send nudes. Aha! Aha! Yes! You meet yourself on the road again. Good thing I'm not the Buddha. She gives you a worn-out look. Not quite 1,000-yard stare, more like 500? Not really in the mood for jokes right now, to be honest. Take this damn thing. She holds out a ring. Ah, jeez. Look, you know how this works by now. I took it, so you have to take it too. But I'm the earlier you. If I don't take it, then you won't have taken it earlier. I already did. Well, from your perspective, yes. That's the one that matters to me. And when you're me, you'll agree. Take it. Fine, fine. You get an item, the Mobius ring. What is it? A pain in the ass. You want my advice? Don't use it. Why not? Because you'll find out. Find out what? Why you shouldn't have used it. Ask Chester at Delphine Farm. He'll explain, except not really. She turns and leaves before you can ask any more questions. Guess I got up on the wrong side of the bed that morning. Alright, so who wants to know what this ring that I'm not supposed to use does? Molly, why did you just... Okay. I don't know why Molly just yeeted herself this way, but sure. I'm sure nobody cares what that ring does. I mean, the name is... Okay, so what do you think it does, KR? I'm curious. What do you think the Mobius ring does? Time loop. Okay. Any other guesses? I do actually want to check one quick thing before I actually go off and do some progress. So I'm going to leave Molly behind here, I think. I was going to say, I think we've seen me do this before. I want to go back with Gabby to Crystal Dream Lake. I think it's still too early for this. I think. Should I ask where you found it? Nope. Alright, crystals. I don't think Crystal has any more crystals to sell. Yeah, no, just +3 elemental armor. Except for... No, wait, it's hot, cold, sleaze, stench, and spooky. So yeah, 3 elemental armor, but I like my accessory better. I do think it's too early to do that. So, alright, we'll go back to Ocean City, we'll get Molly with us, and we'll go to school with Molly. At our side. Because Molly is a pretty good companion. Obi is okay. I like Molly better, and Dawning likes Molly better also as a companion for some reason. And yeah, by the way, this is here permanently now. That car in the bank. Nobody notices. Nobody knows where the fuck I got the car from. But yeah, no, that's just there forever now. All right, back to S.I.T. There's actually quite a few places we can go. So we haven't been to Fish and Chips yet. What is this, Detroit? No, it's Ocean City, which I believe is supposed to be Atlantic City. You'll note that I can shortcut to Rufus's lab, which is nice, because I actually do want to go to Rufus's lab. I don't want to go to school. I do not. Anyway, you wander into a science lab and arrive just in time to see several experiments go berserk and break out of their beakers and petri dishes. Or, to put it another way, you arrive a little too late to not be in trouble. Large goo beast knocks over a canister of liquid nitrogen, blocking the room's only exit with a wall of freezing fog, which is an impressively tactical move, something about 4 seconds old. Well, I don't have 5 cold armor, so time to increase my spider count by 2 and fight the monsters. Ah, I have a hobo. Which, damn it, I knew there was another reason I wanted to go to the hobo camp in Ocean City. Anyway, we've got Ludwig Meadows here with Hobo Clobber. Can deal 8 damage to the lumbering ooze, or 12 damage to the non-Newtonian globule, because the lumbering ooze has 4 physical armor. 12 damage to the sinister vapor, or 12 damage to the wetlands barking spider. He can take out the non-Newtonian globule, so go for it, Ludwig Meadows. I mean, look, I think we all dealt with that shit for at least a little time. Let's see. We can, you know what, Molly, kneecap a sinister vapor. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Alright. Let's stilt and splatter, because this is still an absolute beast of an ability. Yes, KR, I can kneecap vapor. I don't know how I can kneecap vapor, but I can kneecap vapor. And I can also just kill everything with cheese. You won. That'll teach him a lesson about spontaneously evolving rudimentary intelligence. 15 XP, unidentified chemicals, and sinister precipitate. What does this do? If it's not part of the solution, it's part of the problem, yes. Increases your muscle by 1 and damage of melee weapon attacks by 2. Unidentified chemicals. You don't know what's in this test tube, but you also don't know how to find out. Well, you can drink it. Anyway, Mr. Rufusman. I got eggs, 3 pounds of fishman eggs. Oh, great, let me just process these and... Oh, oops, I misplaced a decimal. I only needed 0.3 pounds of eggs. Well, now we got plenty of goop. You can keep the extra eggs. Hooray! So, alright, here let me write down where you can find the fish mother's nest. Location unlocked, River Bridge. You'll also need this municipal contraption. And now we just slather you with this foul-smelling jelly. Come back and see me if you need it reapplied. It got an effect, Rufus's fish goo. And I got Rufus's special rag. Double hooray! Rufus's fish goo. -1 muscle, -1 mysticality, -1 moxie. You've been covered in some goo that Rufus assures you is necessary. Well, you know what, while we're here... Wonder what effects this troll's testicle tastes like. Only one... Yeah, only one way to find out. Eat the troll testicle. Anyway... What should I do with these extra fishman eggs? Well, I can cook them for you, a pinch of lye and some muriatic acid, and they're totally edible. I don't want to know how you know that. He whips the glistening eggs together with some chemicals, fries them up and over a Bunsen burner for you. Ever been to the ocean at low tide? Imagine frying that smell. Thanks. The fishman eggs are not actually bad. They give you 5 HP regen per round. But again, you can only have 1 food effect per day. So... okay, but not great. Alright, I'm going to go back to Ocean City because there's a few things that I actually wanted to do here that I forgot about. I am being so stupid about how I do everything today. Anyway, you hang the S.I.T pennant on the wall. Now anybody who comes to visit will think you're educated. You get tired of carrying the loose steam vent around, so you install it in a corner of the room, nice and atmospheric. You set up Rufus's hot place on your desk. Convenience, thy name is science. So now the loose steam vent is here, and it's just venting steam for some reason. Now I've got an arcane cooking plate here, and I can bake either foods or fancy foods, depending on whether or not I have mana-enriched flour. And the S.I.T banner is over here, Go Badgers, which coincidentally happens to be the actual team that University of Wisconsin... Oh, hey, I got messages. You check the message pad next to the phone. There's a note for you. Call Don T with a phone number. Well, of course, let's call the mob back. You dial the number. Upon auditorially processing the alert bell from this telephonic device, I have answered it. Come on, Don, dial it back a notch. As it is you who have dialed my number, I do not entirely understand this request, Ms. Eckelberg. Alright, well, anyway, what do you need? Our observationalists have reported that you have or will soon become operational within Porchem and the locus education known as the Seaside Institute of Technology. Is this another shakedown? I'm not going to put the screws on an entire university for you. That will not be necessarious. We are not in a competitive relationship with this academical institution. No kidding. The specific task we require of you is to sensitivinal, to communicate to you in a telephonular manner. Proceed to the luncheonette Fish and Chips, whereupon you will meet with one of our operatives, who is known by the sobriquet Greasy Steve. You will recognize him by... No, that's fine. I'm pretty sure I'll know him when I see him. Then fortuitous chance on your objective. Hang up. I love Don T. He is so funny. Alright, so we've got some mob work to take care of. But before I go, I don't want to forget to go to the hobo camp. Have I spoken to you yet? Okay, yeah. Yeah, Greasy Steve is gonna probably be easy to spot. Johnny, King of the Hoboes, talk to him. Aha, Margaret, you get around a lot, right? In what sense exactly? You go a lot of places. Oh, yes. Do you think might be in the vicinity of the Seaside Institute of Technology anytime soon? I have a small delivery I need someone to make. Sure, I can do that. I've received word that a hobo out there has come into possession of a number of old dorm room beds. We could certainly make use of them. Could you locate the man and give him this invitation? You got an item. Royal summons. Sure, I'll keep an eye out. So, about those secret plans. You've been somewhat helpful to us. I suppose I can admit to you that this encampment is but a stepping stone on the path to my true goal. I have my eyes set on a much loftier target. Ooh, intriguing. What is it? Afraid I cannot say any more. Ah. But as you progress and as you allow or have more hobos come here to the hobo camp and help out Johnny, I mean, you already saw that he'll sometimes send a friendly hobo to assist you in battle, just like the mafia will send you a friendly mafioso to assist you in battle. And occasionally, well, there's someone else who might send something to help you in battle, if you assist. It might be Rufus. You might have guessed that already. But let's do the favor for Rufus first, because I want to get this foul-smelling goo off me. The hobos didn't care about it, by the way. They did not. Anyway, the plaque says S.I.T. Chemicals Department Dump Zone. And indeed, if you were to get your major in chemistry, there would be a little goblin teaching chemistry, and the first part of the class is actually quite simple. It's the second part of the class that fucking sucks. The first part of the class is the goblin gives you a bunch of blocks or a bunch of lumps of chemicals and tells you to dump it off the bridge and observe what they do. And this, in fact, is where you would go to dump those chemicals. And in point of fact, all the goblin is doing is having you throw out their garbage for that. It's not actually anything scientific. The second part of that class is just absolute fucking bullshit. And I would recommend having a guide on hand as to how to do it. Anyway, there's a fishing rod here. Maybe it was left because something's wrong with it. Oh no. They got an item. Cursed fishing rod. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with it. The eldritch runes etched in the fishing rod's handle suggest a sinister provenance. Who was the fisherman who wielded this rod, and what did they use it to catch? Muscle plus 3 spooky damage. Royal summons. The Hobo King gave you this and bade you to deliver it to Ovid Lobdell if you see him. He's usually somewhere on the S.I.T. campus. Oh, good. Municipal contraption. Oddly shaped tool has City of Porkham stamped on it, leading you to wonder exactly why Rufus had it. Who knows? But with Rufus's contraption, it's a ladder blocked by some complicated municipal contraption. Use the tool Rufus gave me. With that tool, you wrench the box open, destroying the tool in the process. Climb back. Down here, this piling has some hobo code written on it. Translate it with 9 hobo code knowledge. Code reads, I'm hiding behind the next piling to the left. Come say hello. Oh, sounds like it's time to meet a new friend. You look behind the bridge pile and find a hobo sitting there with a fishing pole. He wasn't even particularly hiding. Weird that you didn't see him before. So you actually have to translate this, otherwise he's not going to be there. But let's talk to him. Well, hi there. Must have seen my note in the other piling. My name's Walter. Hi, I'm Margaret. Are you living under this bridge? For the moment, I'll probably move on soon, because S.I.T. students keep throwing weird rocks down here, but it's protected from the rain, and the fishing's good, so it's a pretty nice spot to camp for a while. What about the fishmen? Oh, those fellas with glowing eyes. They were a bit leery of me at first, but Guess they decided I was harmless. Maybe all the raw fish I've been handling rubbed off on me. Makes sense, I guess. Ask him about hobo code. You know any hobo code you can teach me? Well, mostly fishing-related things, but sure. Everyone should know the industrial chemicals dumping spot sign in particular. Oh yeah, I bet you get real weird fish there. Got one with 2 butts once. Do you mean tails? Nope. Hobo code knowledge increased. Ask about something else? How about fishing? So, you know a lot about fishing? I guess I picked up a trick or two. You looking for some pointers? Sure, that'd be great. So far I figured out you hold onto the long, stiff part of the pole and dangle a sharp wire thing into the water. Well, there's a sentence that stopped being a double entendre real fast. Here, let's expand that knowledge a bit. Got a perk, expert fishery. Thanks. Tell them about the hobo camp. If you're thinking of moving anyway, there's a hobo camp on the outskirts of Ocean City. They could probably use someone with your fishing acumen. I just use regular tackle, but still sounds like a pretty good deal. I'll head out there directly. Packs up his gear and heads off with the wave. 15 XP. All right. Wait, adopt a bank. This section of the bank is kept clean and safe by the fine folks at S.I.T Chemicals Department. All right. Let's see this. Expert fishery gets better fishing results. You know when to fold your bait and when to hold it. What about... So are you a master of bait, then? Alright, so let's try fishing here with the cursed fishing rod and see what happens. Nice, you caught a mutant oligarch halibut. There's some extra meat on the line, so I think now that I've got the expert fishing, I always get a little extra meat on the line when I fish, I think. Or just an extra item, I guess. So in this case, it's a 1 wet cigarette. Alright, so Rufus told us to come here because there's some kind of fishman lair around. Oh, but before that, an old pair of rubber boots has been discarded in this piling. Take the bridge's pile and add them to your own. So here's the rubber boots. Which is, I love the sound effect for this, I really do. But I love my vampiric boots better, I'm sorry. Until or unless someone forces me to use one of these other shoes, or I find my favorite pair of shoes, I'm gonna stick with the vampire boots. Anyway, this must be where I'm supposed to go. It's a nasty mud hole. Is a cloaca covered in mud worse than a regular cloaca? Well, there's one way to find out. Jump in! Ew. If you weren't covered with Rufus's goo, by the way, you can't do this. Anyway, you emerge from that disgusting hole into a slightly less disgusting cave, although let's not be unclear here, cave is very disgusting. Wet piles of eggs litter the uneven ground, you hear a quiet, gurgly breathing sound from the other end of the cavern. Let's get Rufus's stupid pearl. Nasty eggs. Oh! A shadow rift. Oh god. Help! I'm losing oxygen! Oh no! What will I do? Huh, guess I don't need to breathe. Alright, well, I can't go up. Can only go forward and backward and left and right. Oh hey, Shadow Chalice. A throbbing ring of negative energy around a chalice-shaped object. It might be a chalice. Well, take it. You reach into the ring and grab the alleged chalice. The ring closes itself with a burbling popping sound. Yeah, use my gills. Except I don't actually need to breathe, so it's probably fine. Lair of the fish mother. Gross eggs. Nasty eggs. Slimy eggs. Uh-oh. Terrible eggs. Disgusting eggs. Revolting eggs. Existential crisis. Well, this is almost definitely the fish mother. Approach her. You hear a smooth, melodious voice speaking directly into your mind. You are a cunning and wily human to have bypassed the defenses of this place. Thanks? Don't ask how I did it. I already know. Fear not, the eggs I give my children to take care of are largely non-viable. It helps keep them out of trouble if they think they have responsibilities. Yeah, what a beautiful creature. Why have you sought out this audience with me, human? Well, ask politely for the pearl? Well, it's about the pearls. Ah, so you are a treasure hunter, are you? It's not like that. A friend of mine needs one. He thinks he can use it to help him find his lost sister. I sense that you speak the truth, and family is important. Furthermore, you have been peaceful in your past encounters with my children. If you have not killed any of the fishmen to this point, you can have a peaceful resolution with the fish mother. Otherwise, you'll have to beat her up to get a pearl. Well, apart from boxing. Oh, that doesn't count. They knew what they were signing up for. Anyway, you didn't kill them or anything. Wait patiently. Very well, although it pains me to part with a pearl, you are deserving of a boon, and I will grant you this. You got an item, Fish Mother's Pearl. Wow, thank you. Is there anything else you wish to speak of? I mean, of which you wish to speak? Actually, could we talk about your kids? My children? Is there a problem? Well, they're getting kind of unruly, crawling out of the manholes, attacking college students, and so on. Any chance you could make them stay down the sewers? Remain in the sewers, amongst the filth and refuse of your people? What reason can you give that my children should not roam free and breathe fresh air as you do? With your B skill, so brag, bamboozle, or bewitch, and about 6 in your M stat, give her a reason. Well, usually in a situation like this, I would use hypnosis to make someone see my point of view, but I respect you. Hypnosis would not work on me. That's the other reason, yeah. Anyway, the thing is, if your kids attract too much attention, you could end up with cops, G-men, or even military busting down your door. You seem like nice people. I wouldn't want that to happen to you. This is a reasonable point. Very well, I will instruct my children to remain underground, both figuratively and literally, until a more diplomatic solution can be arranged. Great. Thanks again for everything. So, by doing this, first of all, you're not going to be able to access this area again, and you won't be able to get into the cave back there. You get the sense that she kind of regrets giving up her pearl, better to leave her alone. So you won't be able to get into the cave back there. The cave back there is basically an infinite fishman XP grinding spot where you can kill fishmen and whatever. But now, the fish people that you encounter, and you will still encounter some, will be friendly, and they'll give you stuff instead of making you fight them. Yeah, the fish mother is in fact huge. She's not unbeatable, but yes, she is in fact crouching. Ugh. Alright, where's Rufus's special rag? You suspect this is just an ordinary rag, but you don't want to hurt Rufus's feelings by asking. Cleans off the goo Rufus covered you with. Wipe that off. Much better. Ugh. -1 to all of my... And, by the way, you do have to be -1 to all of your M stats to get in there. So... Alright, let's go to Rufus's lab. We'll finish that off first. As you're walking past one of S.I.T's many weird vending machines, it suddenly emits an ear-splitting clang, after which it also emits a sizable quantity of meat. There isn't anybody around, so you pocket it. Gain 13 meat. What's his name? Obi can also busk here as well as yet another means of gaining meat. So if you wanted to do that, Obi is a useful companion to have here. Oh, hello again. I got the pearl. Don't ask me for details. That gross, huh? No questions. Wow, that pearl really is a beaut. I'm gonna have to go into hardcore analysis mode for a while. Give you a call when I figured out the next step of my plan. All right. So Rufus here won't have anything else for us to do for a little while. So we're done with him. So let's go on to Fish and Chips. Boy, I am really trying to avoid going to any of my classes. Oh boy. You wind up in a spooky dark hallway in one of S.I.T's lecture buildings. There's not anything sinister about it, it's just dark and spooky because a couple of the lights have burned out and nobody's been around to change the bulbs yet. Probably because it's kind of dark and spooky in here. Oh wait, it just got a little sinister actually because a weird pale bald guy with a goatee has skulked out of the shadows when he's waggling his fingers at you. Look into my eyes. You are growing sleepy. Hey, are you trying to hypnotize me? Yes. Hypnotize him back. Fuck you. That's my trick. Assuming I've previously gotten one of those random encounters where the solution involves hypnotizing someone, which isn't guaranteed, but that's potentially my trick. You don't own it. You hypnotize him into punching himself in the face a bunch of times. It's trickier than it sounds because your natural inclination is to be like, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself. But if you say that, he'll interpret it as a command and actually will stop hitting himself. Done. Uh-oh. A wooden statue with a metal diving helmet for a head. Tear its head off. 9 muscle. We'll have to remember this. I think I can potentially have 8 muscle for sure. Oh, wait a minute. So I've got this. What about pants? No, but I know where I can get a pair of pants that'll increase my muscle. Oh, hey, excellent. On your walk across campus, you get the nod from a disheveled rail rider with a grossly swollen bindle. Howdy, you buying? I don't know. What do you sell? Wares and such? Sure, let's see what you got. Good to hear, good to hear. Now hop on and follow me. Name's Ovid, by the way. Or by the by, Ovid Lobdell. Huh? Where's my wares, are you wondering? Heh, it's all at the store, pal. I don't carry my inventory on the back like some cargo ant. You coming or what? What's in the bindle, then? With a wink, he gingerly unwraps the bindle. As soon as the rope is loosened, a massive gust of wind roars out and propels the hobo in a parabolic arch to his destination. Huh! Might have been fun to do that. Follow him. So, this is in fact the hobo that Johnny the Hobo King was looking for. You see that he has lots of dorm beds. Also an unpainted fence back there, but that unpainted fence probably isn't important. It's a bit of a barrel blockade over there. Let's fish in the barrels, like fish in a barrel. Oh boy, some poor student dropped their backpack in here and got an item waterlogged backpack. The reason this was underwater has been lost to history. A cruel prank, disposal of evidence, avant-garde juggling mishap. In case some poor student's loss of your gain. Open. Okay. You open the wet bag and divest it of its somehow still dry contents. Ultra condensed soup, and a pocket chemical hand warmer. What the hell does that do? Oh. Adds +1 cold armor to a pair of pants. Uncondensed soup. They've gone too far this time. Or ultra condensed soup. They've gone too far this time. Increases damage of melee weapons by 4. Well, this is potentially helpful. Anyway, let's talk to Ovid in his element. Hey there, miss. Can I interest you in some quality merchandise? What kind of merchandise? I don't know, just some stuff I found. Have a look, see if anything catches your eye. A binder clip increases stench armor by 5. Gauze, used in combat to increase the target stench armor by 5. Gauze pad. Gymnast boosts. His Majesty's least favorite poems. I have not found an actual use for that yet, so probably relatively useless. Mechanical calculator, reduce an enemy's HP stat by your muscle, or stats and HP by your muscle. Roll of duct tape, that's useful. +3 physical armor to a hat. S.I.T barometer necklace as a accessory, +3 to magical weapon attacks. I think the fairy charm already does that, or better. Titanium staple remover, I don't know. It's a quest item. Removes titanium staples if such a thing exists. I'll buy it just because I've got the meat, but let's see. I can sell him a bunch of stuff. Yeah, see, the Fairy Charm does the same thing as the S.I.T Barometer Necklace, and I don't have to pay 209 meat for it. I'll sell him a couple of extra Doughboy loaves. Actually, I'll sell him all my extra Doughboy loaves. I'll keep my extra crowbar. Sell him... Yeah, we'll sell him my extra chef's hats. It's probably all I'm going to sell him at this time, but... Oh, you know what? I can sell him my fish in a sack. I thought I just saw... Yeah. 72 meat. Actually, it would have been kind of funny to keep that for the whole playthrough and see how much it would have been worth at the end. Screw it. Doesn't matter. Alright, sir. What's with all these beds? University was getting rid of them and finder sleepers, I say. I see. Can you teach me any hobo code? Oh, sure. Do you know the one for free bed yet? Hobo code knowledge increased. The Hobo King requests your presence. Come again? There's a hobo camp just outside of Ocean City. The guy in charge herds your rich in beds. He asked me to give you this official summons. Oh, hey, that sounds like a good deal. Can't use more than two of these myself. I'll head out over there. Thanks. 15 XP. So you won't be able to buy anything. Ovid has taken his beds and gone home. To his new home, that is, back the hobo camp. So you won't be able to buy anything else from Ovid while you're here because you sent him to the hobo camp. That's fine. Now you have access back here and can access this fence, which is dirty. Huh, someone doesn't understand how fences are supposed to work. Very true. But alright, let's go back to the main lobby, or let's go to the main lobby. Oh, hey. An S.I.T student wearing a bulky overcoat flags you down as you're crossing the street. Honig! Hello? Do you find yourself in need of a fuse on this fine day? I have one, but two would be better. Smiles and opens his coat to reveal dozens of fuses and strapped to the lining. So you just walk around with those all the time? Of course, all tech men carry fuses. He plucks one from his coat and hands it to you. You got an item, fuse. Thank you. No probalo. Continue to where you were going. The fuse guy. Alright, gift shop. Let's get some S.I.T sport shorts. Alright, with these, I now have 9 muscle. So let's go back to fission chips. Beep, beep. You turn around and see a postman tip his cap to Molly and putter away on his motor scooter. Look, I got a present from my jelly bean up in the big house. The big house? What, like a mansion? Jail, you dope. She's doing time upstate because she went off the track during a bank job and gave a copper lead poisoning. Let's see here. Ah, she made me a license plate. 301178. And a handmade shiv and a bunch of toilet vodka. Can you Adam and Eve it? Oh, I miss her so much. Toilet vodka? Well, it's like bathtub gin. Just, more so. Molly's max HP increases by 5. Hooray! Alright, now I can take this off. A wooden statue with a metal diving helmet. Tear its head off. Hey, this is actually a really good diving helmet. Good instincts. Your latest victim. Alright, the diving helmet. This old diving helmet still has enough air to last as long as you'll remain interested in diving. So breathe underwater, presumably. Sure, but let's actually equip the stuff that I want to equip instead. So that... And then I changed... Well, Margaret can keep wearing the short shorts right now. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. We want this. We can use this. Plastic melts and diffuses permanently to the lining. Okay. It's already riveted, right? Yeah. And we'll pocket battery it. Jolts of electricity begin to crackle their way up and down your legs. Whee! Electrified, warm, fireproof, riveted S.I.T. kitchen britches. Boy, with that warmer and the pocket battery, it's a damn good thing this thing is fireproof. But now that's +1 mysticality, +1 physical armor, +1 hot armor, +1 cold armor, +1 to max AP. These are good pants. I feel sad for stealing Ciabatta's pants, because these are, well, same base stat of +1 mysticality. But oh well. Ciabatta didn't need pants. I sent him to hell. Nope. You look sad, my friend. A sad-looking hobo selling pencils. You seem down. Not getting any business? Nope. I thought this was a real good plan, too. College kids always need pencils, right? But I can't sell a dang one of these things. You get this mean look on their faces, too. A sort of pitying sneer. Like you think I'm super dumb, and these must be dumb pencils that only write dumb answers or something. Well, that's no good. He glances dumbly at the sidewalk and rattles his mug of pencils at you. The mug has "I'm with stupid" printed on it, with an arrow pointing toward the handle. I'll buy a pencil? Thanks. You spend 5 meat, you get an item pencil. Leave him. Do you have any hobo code to share? Oh, you wouldn't want any hobo code I could give you. It'd probably just be dumb and wrong. I'd probably mix up the one that means free pie here, the one that means bottomless pit or something. Jeez, man. Looks glumly at the sidewalk, rattles his mug. Offer him the S.I.T. mug. Here, maybe try this S.I.T. mug instead. Maybe that'll convince the students you're smart. Say, that might just work. Thanks. Here, I'll swap you. You got an item, dumb coffee mug. Good luck. See, he's happy now. A very intelligent hobo selling high-quality pencils. Do you have any hobo code? Thanks for the help. As soon as the kids get back from break, I bet I'll sell a ton of pencils. Do you have any hobo code to share? Why, certainly. He uses one of his pencils to draw some symbols on a scrap of paper for you. Hobo code knowledge increased. He can't and won't go to the hobo camp. So don't worry about that. You can use him to get good hobo code knowledge after you give him that S.I.T. mug, but now you're stuck with the one that says, I'm with stupid. The cracked and dirty coffee mug that has I'm with stupid printed on it with an arrow pointing toward the handle. This is dumb and puzzling on multiple levels. Reduce all combatants' mysticality by your moxie. I don't want to use it. The pen is lighter than the sword, but the pencil is greater than the sun and the stars. The pen is pathetic in comparison. It's a quest item, but I honestly have no idea what the hell to do with it. But anyway, we were told to stop by Fish and Chips and encounter a fellow by the name of Greasy Steve. Gee, I wonder who Greasy Steve could be. Let's ask this guy. Kid behind the counter has a glassy-eyed stare of traditional to all fast food employees, or rather what will come to be known as fast food in about 23 years. Talk to him. You okay? Huh? Oh yeah, just since all the students are gone, there practically hasn't been anyone in here all day except that one guy gorging himself. Who is he? I don't know, but he's in here every day, all day, and he's always eating. Sometimes other guys in suits come in and they whisper together all shifty-like for a minute, and then the other guys leave, and this guy keeps eating. It's freaking me out. What do they talk about? Look, lady, I'm just working here part-time to pay my way through college, which in 1928 is completely feasible. I'm not getting involved with whatever that guy's deal is. I see. Well, what's on the menu? Extra spicy cocktail sauce is a potion. Increases item drops by 20, meat drops by 20. Little cardboard cup whose contents are 1 part ketchup, 1 part lemon juice, 9 parts horseradish. The fish sandwich, burger style, increases muscle and max HP by 5. Fish sandwich, hot dog style, increases moxie and maximum HP by 5. And fish sandwich, taco style, mysticality and max HP by 5. The most useful item here, though, is, surprisingly, the onion starfish. I'm gonna buy a good chunk of these. I'll buy 20. This is too overcooked to eat. You could definitely throw it at somebody. If you have one-on-one combat and you need to do 10 HP damage, it's a good way to do it. This guy is glumly picking at a plate of food. Talk to him. Hi there, is something wrong? Oh, well, I just moved out here for school, and this food is, I mean, it's fine, but it just isn't like what we have back at home. What's different about it? My dad worked at a barbecue sauce factory, so everything we ate was smothered in barbecue sauce. I thought I was ready for new experiences at college, but I'm so homesick. I can relate. For me, it was maple syrup. Keep poking at his food and frowning. Maybe I can help? Wow, really? That'd be swell. Pulls a little paper cup out of his pocket and hands it to you. There's got to be some barbecue sauce somewhere on campus, right? It's 1928 after all. You got an item, empty sauce cup. You carry sauce cups around with you? Yeah, well, like I said, barbecue sauce is a really important part of my identity. Well, I'll see what I can do. Floyd Carbuncle. See what I can do, Floyd. Well, that's obviously not Greasy Steve. So maybe this guy who keeps eating is Greasy Steve. A man in a really slick suit, described as such because it is both expensive and covered in grease, is stuffing his face. If you haven't already gotten the message from Don T, you won't be prompted to talk to him because you won't know what a Greasy Steve is. But let's talk to him. Hi, you're Greasy Steve. I like how you didn't phrase that as a question. You're a cool customer, kid. I get what Donnie Thesaurus sees in you. Put her there. He wipes his hand on his lapel and offers you a handshake. You take it with a grimace, and your hand immediately slides out of his grip. Now, here's the deal. We got some, what you might call, dirty meat, see? And we gotta get it laundered. Meat laundering. I don't know much about that. It's easy. Only tricky part is, you gotta find a way into S.I.T's laundry room to do it. S.I.T's laundry room? Like an actual laundry? Yeah, on account of how it says steam laundry. And only a steam laundry is gonna be powerful enough to clean this particularly dirty meat. He passes you a sack under the table. You take a look inside. You got an item, bag of dirty meat. Yeah, I could see what you mean. Anyway, get that cleaned up and bring it back to me, and you'll get your payment. He pats a briefcase sitting next to his chair. Gross. Well, all right. Okay, his bag of dirty meat. A bag of ill-gotten gains. It's gross. Little paper ramekin full of nothing but delicious potential. Alright, so we gotta find barbecue sauce, we gotta find the S.I.T. Hoojamajiggets. If we go back to the vector wing... Uh-oh. Alright, so Norman's redeemed stretch and posture check. Let us stretch. Ooh. Hey, I can actually armbar my back now. Because I'm not wearing that damn splint. Excellent. Alright, that's enough stretching. Now for the posture check. I am sitting in my chair. Anyway, while exploring the halls of S.I.T, you happen upon a group of tough-looking goblins wearing backwards baseball caps, slouching around insolently and watching for nerds to harass. Given that this is S.I.T, you'd think they'd be spoiled for choice, but apparently they've settled on you. Hey, you who are there, being a nerd. Who, me? A nerd? Yes, a book reader weakling you look like. This is nerd action, not tough like a Jocelyn, which is us. I agree. That's baloney. I'm not a nerd. I strongly object to being characterized as a nerd based solely on my appearance. That's baloney. I'm not a nerd. Alright. Oh ho! So you prove it then, by we wrestle arms. If you win, then not a nerd you are, okay? What if I lose? Then we are swirl your head into a toilet. I don't want that. Nobody does. I can lose at arm wrestling. I can lose at arm wrestling and get my head swirled into a toilet. But nobody wants that. Win at arm wrestling. You and the Jocelyn face off, elbows on the table. After a few minutes of clenched teeth straining, the two of you manage to remember the rules to arm wrestling and start the match. The Jocelyn is a tough cookie, but eventually you beat them. Ha! So there. Okay, fair is a fairness. We admit that a nerd is not you. 15 XP and 43 meat. Thank you. Alright, so in the vector wing, the reason that I wanted to go here instead of going straight to Rufus's lab, which is in the steam tunnels, is because if we go to the barbecue wing, this fountain appears to be hooked to a supply of barbecue sauce instead of water. Fill up my sauce cup. Got an item cup of barbecue sauce. The paper cup full of barbecue sauce. Floyd will be thrilled to see this. Yes, he will. But we're going to the steam tunnel first, because if you'll recall, the laundry was down here. I don't remember which door it was behind, but it's here somewhere. Greenhouse access. Oh yeah, here we go. Laundry room. Steam powered. That would dry your clothes way faster than boiling them. Trove of dangerous laundry chemicals. Alright, now that we have the meat, it's a steam powered washing machine. Launder the mob's meat. Yes, let's do a little money laundering. You don't want to look at that gross, filthy meat again, so you just throw the whole thing into the machine and start the wash cycle. Wait. You wait. The machine continues to launder the meat. Keep waiting. You continue waiting. Keep waiting. You continue waiting. You twiddle your thumbs for a while. Keep waiting. You twiddle your thumbs for a while. You continue waiting. It is extremely boring. It's quite boring. You continue waiting. It's like watching paint dry, but less interesting. You continue waiting. Watch the meat spin around for a while, but it makes you too dizzy. Alright, so I think that the only way to actually get here is to skip to the end of the waiting. You take advantage of the fact that time can pass at an arbitrary rate during one of these dialogues, and skip to the end to the end of the whole laundry process. You got an item, bag of laundered meat. Finally! This bag is as clean as this bag is as clean as the bag a whistle came in. As far as you know, the meat inside is equally clean. Bag of laundered meat. Hooray! So let's return to fish and chips. Out on the quad, you encounter two goblin cheerleaders who are cheering on a goblin wearing a baseball uniform, despite the fact that the baseballer doesn't seem to be doing anything cheerworthy or even noteworthy. Baseball. What does that spell? They look at you expectantly. Baseball. Yes, hooray! We have got it right that time. Now let us spell another one. Good, yes. What is to spell? Electroencephalographically anti-disestablishmentarianism. You know what? Let's go this one. Electroencephalographically. Oh, that is a good one. ELECTROE. You wander off while they're distracted. You gain 15 XP. Leave. Alright. Let's talk to Floyd. Here you go, Floyd. 1 serving of barbecue sauce. Oh, holy cow, thank you. Takes a big sniff of the sauce. Ah, sweet and smoky. Just like Dad used to make. Well, just like the machines at Dad's factory used to make. Dad's job was just making sure the rats didn't unionize. Well, enjoy. I sure will, thanks for the help, 30 XP. Floyd is now happily eating his lunch, you should leave him to it. Nope. Greasy Steve nods at you as you approach. Give him the laundered meat. You glance around to make sure nobody is watching, and slide the sack of freshly laundered meat across the table. Hey, nice job, kid. Here's your payment. Picks up his briefcase, empties the sack into it, and slides the briefcase back to you. You got an item briefcase full of meat. Seriously? He shrugs and goes back to Stufflin's face. Don't call him if we need you again. Leave him to it. Greasy Steve is too busy eating to talk right now. All right, well, let's see how much meat we just laundered. You open the case. Now that's a lot of gabagool. You gained 500 meat. Excellent. Working for the mob pays well. Speaking of working for the mob, let's, actually, you know what I want to do? I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to put on this Mobius ring, because I never told you what it does. This ring technically only has one side, so technically there's no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. Helps you help yourself in combat. Equip. Now, does anyone have any fucking clue what that means? I'll bet you don't. You wander into an empty classroom and find a blackboard covered with complex physics equations. Deface them. You replace several of the letters with other letters and several of the numbers with rude drawings. What a prank. Alright, back here we can now go to the hobo camp. Psychogeologist, yes, excellent. If we take a look in the shut-eye camp now that Ovid is here, instead of cots, like the little sleeping bags, there's now all of Ovid's beds. You still can't muck around in here because people are sleeping, but it's a nice upgrade you gave them. And Ovid himself is over here. Oh, hey, my messenger friend. I never caught your name. Hi, Ovid. I'm Margaret. Thanks for pointing me here. Business is booming. So he's selling everything that he was going to sell before, except what you sold him is now gone. So he's probably just been selling it to all the other hobos. You talk to Johnny. I admit you've been quite helpful. You, at first a total stranger, have gone out of your way to help hobos when the other people of this country and even the government itself would not. This is the crux of the problem, that hobos are looked down upon, when not overlooked entirely. I seek to remedy this. Whoa, are you planning a revolution or something? Oh, no, nothing so violent. I intend to sidestep the problem. I should not say more. Okay. So yeah, we've been doing well over here. Now if we go to Plunkett Street, mainly disused public urinals. Go back to Murray's Antiques, you'll see we've got a message. Oh, one other quick thing to note. There's a traditional 3-armed doll on the top shelf. Must have been left there by the previous tenant. Once you've completed what there was to complete in Sandwich Village, the rag doll that had been there becomes a three-armed doll. Because it wasn't originally. Alright, messages. You check the message pad next to the phone. There's a note called onto you with the phone number. Call the mob back. You dial the number. Don Toblerone speaking. Don, that was unusually concise. Are you feeling okay? The boss is mad about our telephone bill. I have been encouraged to keep this brief. I see. Well, what's the job? Greasy Steve will have the details for yous. Ugh, okay. Alright, well, you heard the guy. Back to Greasy Steve we go. I am really doing my utmost best to not... You know what? Let's actually go here first. On the way to where you're going, wander into a vacant laboratory and look around. A big chunk of bloodstone ore sits on one of the lab workbenches. From the notes on the chalkboard, you conclude someone is trying to prove definitively you can't get blood from a stone, contradict their findings. Aha! Using your geology training and also a spoon, you collect some blood from the stone. If they had used literally any other type of rock, their experiment would have been a success. Yes. Gain 5 HP. Ew, this place looks like it's seen better days. Trash can is sparkling clean, probably from years of disuse. The irony. Yeah, so this is Zeta Omega something or another. I don't recognize what that last letter is. Some very muscular flies are buzzing around the pile of discarded protein powder. Huh. Alright, well, let's go in. It sounds like a raucous party is happening inside here. Join it. Alright. Molly, you've got nothing actually specifically to say about this. Dessert cart is cleaner than most of the things near it. Check under the cover. Find some baklava wrapped in a balaclava. You got an item, baklava. Got an item, balaclava. Cat is great for concealing your identity so that nobody can make fun of you for how badly you ski. Plus for cold armor. Fancy and exotic dessert made from phyllo dough, honey, and nuts, which is delicious. This day, nobody knows what phyllo dough is. Increases meat drops by 50%. Delicious. Wonderfully delicious. Uh-oh. Couch has some moss growing on it. Ew. This frat guy is throwing food at a makeshift dummy. His precision is uncanny. Talk to him. Hi, I'm Margaret. Sup, babe, I'm Glordo. Hi, Glordo. You're really going to town on that training dummy. Yeah, I picked this up in the army. You were in the army? Yeah, I was in the Cola Wars. Saw things you wouldn't believe. True horror. Wait, how old are you? 31. Huh. Well, I guess that explains your skill with throwing food? You learned that in the army? Yeah, except it wasn't so much learning as being experimented on by military scientists with highly dubious ethics, babe. Oh wow, what'd they do? Made me drink a bunch of experimental super soldier syrup. Crazy stuff. I barely remember any of what happened to me, but the nightmares will follow me forever. Jeez. So what's with the food? Just practice. I don't compete in the varsity food fight tournaments anymore. Interesting. But I don't feel right just letting my skills go to rust, you know. The varsity what now? Food fighting. I was in the 1 versus 1 division. I was the national champion 2 years ago. You don't say. Heck yeah, babe. I stopped doing 1v1 after that. Kind of my fault, actually. Rules didn't say nothing about coconuts, though. Jeez. So, do you have any syrup left? The super soldier syrup? Yeah, I stole a whole case of it on my way out. Can I have some? Yeah, I can give you a dose, but not for free, babe. You gotta bring me a treat. A treat? What kind of treat? I need 3 bottles of pork soda. There's a machine in the vector wing that has it. Got it. Alright, that's fun. Volume on this radio is turned up to an irresponsible level. Knob of this door is slathered with bacon grease. Ew. Door is stuck shut with dried pudding. Wonderful. Ahead of his time. This guy's certainly cutting a rug. This guy's still dancing in spite of obvious nausea. S.I.T. kids dance to a different beat. There's a necktie hanging on the knob of this door, and you refuse to find out what that means. No, let's go in, Margaret. Just a frat guy doing a little grilling indoors. Ask him how it's going. Hi, is it safe to grill indoors like that? I mean, it's not my house, so whatever. Fair enough. Can't really get the taste I'm looking for, though. Say, can I get you to do me a favor? Sure, what? I got a buddy over at Phi Epsilon Tau. His burgers always come out super good. Some kind of special wood chips or something. Would you go over there and get some for me? I gotta stay here and watch the queue. Location unlocked, Phi Epsilon Tau house. Alright. Someone spilled cantaloupe all over the stairs. How did that even happen? Go upstairs. From the grunting and shouting, there's either a brawl or a sporting event taking place in this room. Possibly both. I can barge in and join it, in which case I'll have to fight some jocklins. Or I won't have to fight goblins. A young lady, a filthy and giant still. A young lady is operating a still here. You must be a chemical student, right? Good guess, but nope. I'm basically a hobo. I've been renting out my services in this portable still to make ends meet. That still doesn't look very portable. Oh, it's much lighter than you'd expect. I see. Well, it still doesn't look very portable. Ask about hobo code? Do you know any hobo code you could teach me? Oh, sure. Some say the booze-related glyphs are the most useful ones. Hobo code knowledge increased. Ask about something else. Tell her about the hobo camp. Alright, you know there's a big hobo camp over near Ocean City. I bet your skills would be really popular there. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm saving up to buy a new hat first, though. I want to put my best foot forward, you know. I seriously don't think they'd mind. I know, but it's for my own self-confidence. I wouldn't expect a woman who owns her own still to have issues with self-confidence. Oh, I don't drink this stuff. You could use it to degrease industrial machinery. How much you need for your hat? 87 meat? Okay, I'll cover you. Wow, are you sure? Yeah, it's no problem. Thank you so much. Come see me at the camp later. I'll pay you back. You lose 87 meat. She packs up her still, hefts it onto her back, and leaves with the wave. 15 XP. Hooray! The fraternity's communal wardrobe. Check inside. Beneath your standards, you find some clothes. Just barely above them, you find a coat hanger. Wire coat hanger. Most of the books on the shelf have been ruined, but not all of them. Aha! One of them is still good. Here you go. Sloppy cooking for huge groups. Interesting. Uh-oh. A cookbook for the modern on-the-go slob who doesn't have time for things like cleaning up or making sure your food doesn't hurt people. Grants the combat skill of Fondue Deluge. Light up a random foe for a total of 5 on fire. Read. You read the book and forget everything you know about keeping a kitchen clean. You got a skill, Fondue Deluge. It says if you read it again, you'll forget the rest of it. If you do, Fondue Deluge will set enemies on fire for additional 1. That's not the best use of my XP. Alright. You can tell from 5 feet away that this door leads to the bathroom. 5 stench armor, you say. Booze-soaked handkerchief. This is just a pile of toilet shards. This is either a special toilet for a really tall guy named Art, or a toilet hung by a genius. A toilet hung by a genius. Alright, let me equip my cursed fishing rod. Toilet still works, but his spirit is broken. Fish in it. You would prefer not to speculate on exactly how that ended up down there. You got an item waterlogged frat paddle. Flush it. 45 XP. It even sounds horrible. The waterlogged frat paddle deals your muscle plus 6 stench damage. I will fully admit that when I was playing the game as a pig skinner, that was my weapon of choice for quite some time. Again, it's elemental damage that's not spooky, so particularly useful, and the plus 6 is quite good. I mean, you can see, right? The best item that I have for my mysticality right now is mysticality plus 4. Whereas that's a plus 6 base. Right? You can also get other items that'll increase the power of your items. So yeah, no, this was good. Like, I quite enjoyed having my pig skinner spank other components. Or, not components. Other opponents. It really was funny. Anyway, back to accessories, because it doesn't feel right not having my Rift Crystal Amulet equipped. Now, my question is, what kind of sleaze damage do I have? Or, not sleaze damage, sleaze resistance do I have? Oh, yeah, so I can get my sleaze armor with the pirate restaurant badge and waxed slacks, or greasy gloves. I don't need, well, or my colorful clown pants, but let's use those and get into the room that require... Well, before I do that, this looks interesting. This gold-plated door has a sign on it that says "See Chutney." Who is that, or what? Who that is, or why someone who can afford a gold-plated bedroom door would live in this dump is anyone's guess. Go inside. You're too intimidated by the door's opulence and its deadbolt. All right. So now we're down here in the basement. Oh, hey! It's a little friendly shadow void. Well, that's lovely. You stick your hand in the hole, grab the first thing your fingers brush against, and yank it back out, and get a shadow elixir. Well, thank you, friendly shadow void. Fuse box in here. Fuse box has been stuffed full of celery. Wonderful. You don't trust any organization that stockpiles this much margarine oleo. Shelves of miscellaneous basement junk. Search it. Got a match and a battery. Tools are all gravy stained, but they're functional. Make some stuff. I felt like making a nuclear bomb. Drum smells like vermouth. Take a closer sniff. Yep, it's vermouth, and you're keeping it. Got an item, drum of vermouth. It's also the manhole cover. You go down here, and you can fish. Find an empty bag, blah, blah, blah. Stinky goby, +3 meat. Mellow yellowfin. Shadow wine, 1 wet cigarette. Looks like I caught everything that there was here. Toolbox abandoned by some sewer worker in distant past. See if it can... Distant past. Old tools, presumably useful for various sewer-related purposes. Spray on an asbestos. Chunk of lead. And in here we have a fishman church. Fishmen are acting kind of strange, real stranger than usual, as far as you can tell, given your limited experience with fishman behavior patterns. Maybe it has something to do with that weird altar over there. The only way, so if you found this place and you dealt with the fishmen here, the only way to deal with them is by fighting them, which means that you would not get the peaceful ending with the fish mother. You would have to fight her. I'm not saying that's an impossible fight, by the way. The first time I played through this game, I didn't know about it, and I beat up the fish people, and, well, whatever, but... Alright. Phi Upsilon Tau is in this direction. Check it out. So this must be the botany department's dorm room. The front door is overgrown with vines. Yeah, that makes about as much sense as anything. Trash can smells as good as it looks. Fraternity guy is tending the barbecue here. Talk to him. Hi, what you doing? Queuing. What? It's a cute way of saying barbecue. Here, try one of these bad boys. You got an item vegetable sausage, or what is it? Special plant-based sausage I'm working on. Is it any good? I didn't call it good boy just now. I figure I need another, I don't know, 80 or 90 years to really get it right. I see. Well, thanks all the same, I guess. Don't mention it. Say, do you like to queue? Yes, I love it more than anything. Well, here, have one of these queuing forks. I got like 10 of them. Once people find out you're into queuing, you start getting them for every birthday in Crimbo. Got an item, barbecue fork. Gosh, thanks. Nods and returns to his queuing. Well, that's still only +4, or mysticality +4, but it is another mysticality item. The vegetable sausage. Sausage-shaped mass of leaves and mulch and a potato skin casing. Ew. So yeah, that's definitely something. I can use that or the frigid ice cream scoop and deal the same amount of damage, I suppose. Anyway, this must be... Well, I'm not going to tell you what that thing that he's roasting looks like. Y'all can figure out what that thing that he's roasting looks like. Hey, a guy over at Zeta Omega Omicron, that's it. I forgot about Omicron Persei 8. What is that abomination? I don't know, KR. Guy over at Zeta Omega Omicron. For barbecue and pineapple. No, I don't deal with pineapples. And I especially don't put them on pizza. Sent me over here to get some kind of special wood chips? Oh, sure, I know who you mean. What he wants is mesquite. Just shave a little bark off the mesquite tree over there. Thanks. This is a mesquite tree unless you're mistaken. Shave some chips off. Gather some chips and bark, leaving the tree none worse for wear, you hope. Mesquite chips. Whoa! What happened to you, buddy? This guy is shivering and his teeth are chattering loudly. Ask him what's wrong and where your head goes. Sorry, where your head is, buddy. I was hanging out at that weird stone frat and I left my jacket at the bar. I'm freezing. Guess there is kind of an unnatural chill in the air. I'm real susceptible to changes in narrative atmosphere. If you're heading in the direction of Lambda Iota Theta, could you stop in and grab my jacket for me? It's soft and comforting. Location unlocked, Lambda Iota Theta. Sure, no problem. Thanks. Lit. No, the exact opposite of lit. Oh yeah. Lambda Iota Theta. So that's zoo. That's lit. I didn't even think about what these were short for. Damn it, I forgot what this one is called. Oh, hey. Cat is writhing around on a pile of catnip, either in agony or ecstasy. Get closer with 5 moxie. You deftly avoid flailing claws and gnashing teeth and give him a little scritch on his tin. As you do, you see his collar, which reads Sprig, new cat unlocked. So hooray for all the cats. I'll have to go petting all the cats one day. Shrubberman of some sort. Talk to him. What's this shrub you're working on? The new strain of super aloe. I think I've heard of aloe. That's a medicinal thing, right? Yep, it's great for burns and rashes and so on. Here, try some. Got an item, glob of super aloe. Neat, thanks. Leaf. Huh. Heal for 10 and remove on fire from the target. That's pretty good. When you're on fire, nothing brings relief quite like wet goo on a rag. This frat guy is tending a row of malty smelling plants. Talk to him. Looks busy and you don't really have a reason to bother him. Smells good. It kind of does. This plant is really hopping. I know what you're talking about with the aloe. Another dirty fence. Wow. Those things are everywhere. Pot contains dozens of different kinds of flowers, all grafted together in some weird-smelling Plantenstein. Lambda Iota Theta is in this direction. So yeah, L-I-T. Mailbox is made of foreign stone, which means it's not a federal crime to steal the mail from it. Let's steal it then. Aw, just junk mail. Well, alright. Well, this one's all made of rock. Wow, these frat guys are super into geology. The entire frat house is carved from a single huge block of stone. Really nice craftsmanship, too. Must have taken forever. Go inside. Not only did they sculpt a stone bar, they even did stone bottles and cups. It's real dedication to the art. Look for that guy's jacket. All right. You find it draped over one of the bar stools. It was tricky to spot because of being exactly the same color and shape as the stool itself. You got an item, frat guy's jacket. Excellent. A jacket with the big Phi Upsilon Tau. P-U-T. I would have thought P-O-T would have been. But okay, whatever. Zoo put lit. Anyway, take it back to the guy who lost it. Junk mail. Junk mail is a new technology that allows trash to be distributed to everybody so we can all share the effort of throwing it away. Can't open a letter because you don't have a letter opener. I know it's frustrating, but you have to admit the logic behind it is sound. Mesquite chip straight from an old mesquite block. Ooh, you're not sure whether this counts as a painting or a sculpture. Ask it. The artwork talks to you for about an hour without actually clarifying the question of its identity. You ask where it gets all of its energy, and it shows you. Energizing powder. Excellent. This solid stone couch looks uncomfortable, but it's still your top 5 frat house couches. Check under the cushions, 5 muscle. It's a real struggle to lift them up, but you manage it. 140 meat. Hey, not bad. Nothing on the hat rack. Alright. Oops. Oopsilon. Lambda Iota Theta, second floor. Members of this frat apparently don't care for comfort or privacy as much as they care about sticking to a theme. Guess these are, in fact, all of their beds. A bowl of stone fruit, you know, like peaches and plums. Hard to say what this is. A fridge maybe, or an armoire. Open it. Doesn't open, it's solid stone. Where do they keep their food and or clothes? Excellent question. Wow, this is incredible. Not only did this fraternity chisel a whole frat house out of stone and carve furniture to match, they even went as far as to sculpt a bunch of frat boy statues. Presumably they store them up here and haul them downstairs to fill out the space for parties. There's also some kind of weird stone thing. Looks like one of those newfangled televisions you read about, except triangular. Somebody's science project, maybe. Look around. Oh, this looks fun. I'm not sure if these are sculptures or not. This statue has kind of a nervous expression. Maybe it represents the sculptor's academic stress. Oop. This statue is doing some kind of crazy dance. They definitely bring this one downstairs for parties. The statue is holding up its hands in a desperate warning gesture. It must be symbolic of students' fears of leaving school and having to join the workforce. The statue is covering its eyes with one hand, some kind of political commentary, maybe. The statue is praying. How traditional. The statue looks like it's yelling something. They must take this one to football games. Haha. The statue fell apart. That's a shame. Oh God. There's a stone hat on the floor here. Pick it up. 5 muscle. Oof. Got stone frat cat, which is +4 physical armor. There's no way that wolf is blowing this thing off your head. If this is a television, the program isn't very interesting. I don't see any way to change the channel without. Oh boy. Some kind of weird hovering rock. Pretty fancy. Well, this is very concerning. Anyway, I did get that guy his jacket back, so... Found your jacket, here. Oh, wow, thanks. That's much better. Gain 10 XP, no problem. Hey, we can see his face now. Guy looks much more comfortable now. Anyway, that guy's making hops or some kind of alcohol plant. Alright, back to the zoo. And you wanted the mesquite chips. Hey, fantastic. Thanks, babe. 25 XP. Those are probably going to make it real smoky in here, though. Yeah, that's how you know it's a party. Woo, leave him. Just a frat guy doing a little queuing indoors. It smells great, thanks to those mesquite chips you got him, and nobody seems to have asphyxiated yet. Alright, so, let's see. Go back to Fission Chips, talk to Greasy Steve. Oh dear. You turn a corner and encounter a very weird sight. And yes, I'm aware your tolerance for things being weird is already pretty high at this point. There are 3 shadows here, this time in the shape of little people. Seem to be groveling and praying and twitching before a 4th little shadow figure, which is basically the same except it has horns and a little pitchfork like a cartoon devil. Is this meant to be some kind of shadow mimicry and or mockery of human religion? Am I maybe overthinking this? Fight the damn shadows! Increase the spider count. Alright, so you see here we've got a shadow homunculus, or more accurately 4 of them. And they're actually very powerful, right? They'll do 12 damage and cause 4 bleeding. This one will cause 12 spooky damage and increase all of its stats by 3. And this one, this one will, again, 12 spooky damage and 4 bleeding, except on Molly. So these things are strong. And again, they're shadows, so they can't take more than 5 physical damage at a time. So if you're coming at them with 5 physical damage, that's a problem. But what's not a problem is, here's future Margaret Eckelberg. So I equipped that Mobius ray. And this is how my future self helps me. I literally have a future clone of myself in battle. Now, if you want to avoid a really, really, really convoluted and kind of bullshit place in a future location, don't put on that ring and don't use that ring. Once you have done so, you have sealed your fate. But alright, Molly. Your kneecap or cap knee is only going to do 5 HP damage to each of these guys, or 9 to the spider. Let's just have you shoot stuff. Good job. I don't like that -1 mysticality. But alright. Shadow of Time comes to get me. Yes, Shadow of Time does in fact come to get me. Now, unfortunately, this does mean that I'm only dealing 3 sleaze damage because I took off that other ring. I'm only dealing 3 sleaze damage to various enemies, but oh well. How little HP? Yeah, that one. So I've got 6 HP. I'll deal Stilt and Splatter. Because there's only 5 of these guys, so I'm guaranteed to damage them all by 3. That KOs those. That guy, whatever, I don't care about. You get 8, you've got 9, you've got 9. You know what? Stilt and Splatter again. So the spider is gone. Now you've got 6, you've got 6, you've got 5. I've still got 3 AP. So let's swear at the devil, because why the hell not? Let's Queso Fustalento you. And one more Queso Fustalento on that. God, I am so powerful, I don't even need to use my weapon. You won, there'll be no incomprehensible, maybe satire on your watch. No, it's not an evil me, it's just future me. It's the Mobius ring. Because remember, the description is helps you help yourself in combat. I'm gonna go put St. Stilton's signet ring back on. Just because. Alright, Greasy Steve, what do you got for me? Greasy Steve is too busy eating to nod, so he winks at you instead. Sit down. Greasy Steve swallows and drags his sleeve across his mouth. Hey, kid, good to see you. Have a French fry. They have fries here? I didn't see that on the menu. I bring my own from home. I'll pass, thanks. What's the job? The boss has decided we need to send a message to Congressman Chutney. You familiar? Sure, a message is when information is conveyed from one person to another. I meant with the congressman. Never met him. His son, Chadley, is a student here. Lives in one of the frat houses, Zeta Omega Omicron. I know the place, so you're gonna make young Chad sleep with the fishes. Whoa. I didn't sign up for... Greasy Steve passes you a large sack of rotting fish. You got an item, bag of rotting fish. Oh. Well, I didn't sign up for this either. Look, all you gotta do is get in the kid's room. It's a lead pipe cinch. I don't know what that means, but okay, I guess. Bag of rotting fish. This thing's dripping with every different kind of fish fluid. Why couldn't they have put it in something that didn't leak? Greasy Steve, giving you all kinds of disgusting stuff. But alright, back to the zoo again. Uh-oh. You walk across campus. A head pops out of a storm drain. I haven't seen you around before. Around the sewer? That's strange. I spent a fair amount of time with them. Are you familiar with the greatest hoax ever perpetuated on the student body of the world? No, do tell. Buying new textbooks. It's a scam. There's no reason to buy a textbook new. Spare your wallet and spoil it yourself. My friend, buy your textbooks used. They tempt you. Complicated S.I.T. textbook. Sure, it's a deal. That still seems very expensive. Right, and they want you to buy it new. Sure, it's a deal. 187 meat. Okay. It's a good deal. A great victory for free thinking. Don't ever let them buy your textbooks new, my friend. Don't ever let them make you think you gotta. 187 meat. You got an item. 63.224. Intermediate theoretical statistics. He drops back down on the sewer just as campus security guard turns the corner on a bicycle. Continue on my way. The cover of this textbook should be painted sky blue with clouds on it because it is way over your head. Read. You look at the first few pages of the book, and the only thing you learn is you're better off selling this to a used bookstore than trying to comprehend any of it. Do that, then? You managed to get a decent chunk of change for it. So I bought it for $187. I sold it for $257. So even the book, so he'll actually sell you some books that are useful, but even the ones that aren't useful, you'll turn a profit on them. Nice. Alright, so see Chutney. Go upstairs. And there was this very conspicuous gold door over here. This gold-plated door has a sign that says C. Chutney. It seems reasonable to assume the C stands for Chadley. Go inside. You sneak into Chad's room and dump the rotting fish out onto his bed. After tonight's inevitable rager, he'll stagger back to his room and pass out without even noticing them. The perfect crime. Bada bing, bada boom. Gold-plated door is a sign that says see Chutney. Who that is or why someone who could afford a gold-plated bedroom door would live in this dump is anyone's guess. Go inside. It's probably smarter not to return to the scene of the rotting fish crime. Yes, this is true. Anyway, only other thing to keep in mind here is this guy with his super soldier serum. But since we've done that, let's go back to Fish and Chips. Honored empty classroom, blah blah blah. I've defaced these before. Greasy Steve gives you an expectant look. Sit down. Sit down across from him. So how'd it go, kid? You got some news for me? Yeah, the kid's bed is full of fish. It was a lead pipe cinch like you said. I still don't know what that means, though. Nobody does. That's what makes it such a great turn of phrase. Anyway, nice job, kid. Now Congressman Chutney will really know who he's dealing with. He sure will. Got an item, briefcase full of meat. Leave. You open the case? Nah, that's a lot of gabagool. 600 more meat. Yeah, working for the mob really does pay well. Like, extremely well. I feel like there was something else I wanted to do that wasn't going to my classes. Ah, Here we go. Okay. A friendly-looking fishman sticks his head out of a nearby steam vent and tosses a bunch of wet stuff at you with a friendly gurgle. Got an item, bucket full of chum, fish oil liver, and 50 meat. So this is what happens if you befriend the fish people. Which is nice. Right, I actually wanted to go to the main lobby. I remember what it is that I wanted to do. I wanted to look up those professors in the library. Jeez, I'm trying to remember what they were. Look up a name. Milkwood, I think, was one of them. You look up Milkwood. Genevieve Milkwood, Research Chair, Physics, 1760-1801, awarded Galt's Prize, February 17th, 1788, retired. Look up someone else. Howe was one. You look up Howe, Dewey Howe. Dewey Howe. Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. Professor, Culinary Alchemy, 1782 to 1784. Research Chair, Culinary Academy, 1784. Awarded Galt's Prize, February 17th, 1788. Fired due to an unfortunately poorly documented incident involving salad. Look up someone else. Was it Gregory? You look up Gregory. Onstel Gregory, Associate Professor with Prof. Dallin Fluff Chemicals. 1733 to 1741, Research Chair Chemicals, 1741 to 1790, awarded Galt's Prize, February 17th, 1788, retired. And the last one was, I believe, Jeffy. You look up Jeffy. Benwall Jeffy, Adjunct Professor Astronomy, 1770-1785. Research Chair Astronomy, 1785-1795. Awarded Galt's Prize, February 17th, 1788. Okay. Look up someone else. All right, you look up Schmidt, Stalin Fluff Schmidt, Research Assistant in the Chemicals Department from 1721-1727, Assistant Professor Chemicals, 1727-1733, Associate Professor with Professor Ansel Gregory, Chemicals, 1733-1741, Professor Chemicals, 1741-1784, fired on December 11th, 1784 for unsanctioned research. All right. I wonder if any of those dates will show up at the Ocean City Library. Or not the Ocean City Library, the Ocean City Watchful Eye. December 11th, 1784. Find something interesting. You look up the date of Schmidt's firing. Apparently he was terminated for doing dangerous research involving exploding paper. Newspaper editors at the time even managed to archive a few wads of the paper. You got Exploding Paper Wad 3, an earth-shattering revolution. Deals 20 damage to all enemies. Jesus. A deadly blend of old-timey iconography and newfangled atomic technology in your face, Oppenheimer. Wow. Huh. You find something interesting. Unusual events. Residents of Porkham astounded and terrified by a tower of black fire that shot out the roof of the Seaside Institute of Technology's administration's building. Fortunately, the blaze was surprisingly well contained and did not spread to other buildings or even rooms. Assistant Dean Benwall Jeffy perished in the event, and Dean Lucian Wormwood is missing, presumed also dead. The cause of what is now being referred to as the Black Fire incident is unknown, but as one observer put it, what with all the stuff they get up to in there, it's honestly surprising this sort of thing didn't happen more often. Dang, scary stuff. Huh. Alright, well that was fun and interesting. I've got some stuff to drop off over here. Found a drum of vermouth. Huh. Well, the absinthe is decidedly better than just the gin. Max AP and an olive. I'm good. It's enough drinks for today, huh? And you can see because I've had 3 drinks today so far, I got the little hoojamajiggets going around me. The little... Yeah, the little indicating that maybe I've had a few too many. Nothing too serious yet, though, probably. Oh, one other quick thing to note. Truncheons and bludgeons. Now has some other updated items. Right, I think the antique mace and the imported... whatever the hell that's supposed to say, are new. Every day that passes, each of these stores will have new items. How strong is this guy? How strong are you, Jens? Oh, pretty strong, I guess, yeah. If I wouldn't hurt the fly, no way. But if by killing a fly you could save thousands of lives? Okay. Legally prohibited from using my strength against others, don't you know? The government says I'd have an unfair advantage, gotta live vicariously through others. See, if you hurt a fly, will you tell me? If I hurt a fly, you'll be the first to know, okay? I did not know that was a thing. But yeah, no, I think I'm good here. I feel like there was something else I wanted to do, but I honestly can't remember. Oh yeah, I sent someone to the hobo camp, so let's go to the hobo camp. Ah, a Tin Lizzie. Lucy Zink. More anarchist hardware. Well, thank you. The Tin Lizzies are so good. They are a very good reason to come back here all the time. So, girl you met at the frat house earlier. Talk to her. Hello again. Nice hat. Hi, thanks for helping me so much. Helping me before. I didn't even get your name. I'm Calendula Crabtree. Oh, I'm Margaret Eckelberg. I'm afraid I can't pay you back yet. We don't really have anything to make decent booze out of. At the moment, I'm just using random kitchen scraps and weeds. I can't serve you anything. Can't serve you that in good conscience or good ethics. Ah, don't worry about it. Huh. This guy was Creamy Steve. How's it going, Creamy Steve? As creamy as ever. Do you know a guy named Greasy Steve? Sure, that's my brother. We don't really get along, though. What's the guy up to? What's that guy up to? Oh, working for the mob. Figures. Wait, your parents named both of you Steve? No, they named me Creamy and him Greasy. So their last name is Steve, and his name is actually Creamy, and the other guy's name is actually Greasy. A little bit of extra lore you get here, which is really funny. And you won't get that lore if you don't vandalize the sign in front of Sandwich Gazebo to allow vagrants to show up, because Creamy Steve won't show up. Alright, what else can I do? Back to the Plunkett Street. And now, honestly, I think I've gone and done everything I can do that's not study at university. Never mind. I forgot there's that one guy who wants the, whatchamajigger. It's like the Mario Brothers, yeah. No, we're good. I don't remember where the... I don't remember where that damn vending machine was with the... Some mechanically savvy vandal has increased the price of a soda to an exorbitant 50 meat. Adjust the price. You open the back of the machine and fiddle with it, the gears and camshafts. You manage to get the price down to 30 meat. It's still way above market value, but what are you going to do? They've got a geographical monopoly. Buy a soda? Ah. Press the meat return instead. So, alright, I need to get the pork soda from the vending machine. And he said 3. Honestly, so actually, what does this stuff even do? Sleaze armor by 5. I assume Ghost Pepper armor is probably cold armor. Then the ice is probably... So Ghost Pepper's... Ghost Pepper is probably... yeah, cold armor. Ice is probably hot armor. Bone is spooky armor. Pork, I think, was sleaze armor. So durian is stench armor? It's just it's 5 element resistant armor. But all right, back to the zoo. The Kalamazoo. Uh-oh. You wander in an empty classroom and find a blackboard covered with complex physical equations. You furrow your brow and try your best to learn something from the equations. You fail, but you do strengthen your furrowing muscles quite a bit. Hooray! Durian soda. And you think pork soda isn't? Wow, that was a giant hunk of cheese. Alright. Oh, you know, another day, another flashback to the Atrocities Award. Did you bring my treat, baby? Yeah, I got it right here. Got an item, Super Soldier Serum, and 25 XP. Thanks, don't mention it, unless you decide you want more later, in which case, mention it. You got it. So that Super Soldier Serum increases damage of ranged weapon attacks by 5. Little vial is stamped with the serial number and a list of complicated and scary-sounding chemical names. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Now I might have to go to class. No, I do not need a fuse. I have 2. Okay, until next semester then. IHATFP. I don't know what any of that actually means, but sure. Alright, where was physical education? I don't remember. Might as well do my elective first, right? Here we go. Door is sealed. Press the Athena button. Press. You speak into the microphone. Can I go in here? Student ID Margaret Eckelberg identified. Access to this doorway is limited to students and faculty in the physical education department. That's me. Authorization verified. Access granted. Thanks. You hear a thump as the door's internal lock disengages. Go on in. Hey, Coach. Excuse me? You picked phys ed as your elective, right? Well, that means you've joined the S.I.T. food fight team. The rest of us got here first and called not it, so you get to be the coach. Oh, well, okay, what's the catch? Catch is we get course credit regardless, but you only get credit if we win the season's big game against our accursed rivals, the Norvard Hurleywoods. Swell. It's athlete Bob. Talk to him. Bob is muttering to himself with his Bob is muttering to himself with his eyes closed. Pat him on the back. Give him a high five. Or super soldier serum. Try this. Whatever you say, Coach. Bob cracks open the can and guzzles the syrup. Bob's attack power has been increased by 5. Hey, you know what? Coaches and steroids, man. For all what would a locker room be without lockers? Charlie does a few nervous jumping jacks. Athlete David. Athlete Eve. Molly Buttons! Uh-oh. The biggest trophy on the shelf is labeled Glordo Hargis, Zeta Omega Omicron. Also weirdly has a little plaque on it with a map to that particular frat house. So this is your clue that Glordo is going to be your buddy for this. And your, where's that vending machine? Where's that? Okay, here we go. So I need to buy a lot of these. Luckily, I got paid by the mafia, so... Oh! Fuck, I forgot that one of the things I wanted to do while I was in Ocean City was, How many of those do I have? We'll buy one more. 12. So that's enough for 4 more things of the, Hoojamajigas. I think I need 4? Yep. Athlete Alice. Charlie, David, and Eve. So, alright, I happen to get exactly the number that I needed. Oh dear. You wander through the doorway marked Department of Esoteric and Forbidden Mathematics and immediately get lost, despite the fact that it was a straight hallway without any intersections. Walls and floor meet at weird angles, and I didn't mention the ceiling because there isn't one, just another wall. As you're desperately trying to figure out your cool and figure out your way out of here, an office door opens, and a cloud of irrational numbers seeps out. So irrational you might as well call them insane. I mean, even if I had 5 spooky armor, you bet your ass I'm fighting those numbers. So you've got a congruence cascade here, which Molly can fucking kneecap. Molly can also fucking kneecap this primer mover, or this algebra vortex. Also, since it's spiders, gotta up my spider count. These are the kinds of hilarious enemies that you have here. I love this. This is just so hilarious. But alright, Molly's kneecap can get rid of the primer mover. so, or prime mover, so we'll deal with that. How dare you, sir? My mosquito is more powerful than you as a spider. Honestly, I don't have to be too fancy here. Can do that. Can do that. Anyway, you won. Take that math. Score 1 for the humanities. 16 XP. Loose integers, and I get the mechanical calculator for free. Now, those loose integers, a handful of digits. Obviously, that's like digits as in fingers and toes, but I honestly don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with those. It's just kind of funny that I have them. You have any syrup left? Oh. Well, I bought that fucking pork soda for nothing. It's alright, I wanted to go back to Ocean City anyway, because I have a message from Don T. Call the mob back. You dial the number. Salutary greetationing. The person who activated this telephonic mechanism and with whom you are now conversating is known as Don Toblerone. I thought your boss said you had to keep it brief now. We devised and then agreed upon an arrangement deemed satisfactory to both parties. Let me guess. You're paying the phone bill. Your guessing prowess is preternaturally efficacious. That's what they tell me. You've got another job? Once again, the particulars of this undertaking are being held in escrow and will be transmitted to you oraliciously by a colleague who... Greasy Steve. Got it. Okay, bye. So nice little fun adventure there with Don T, who got his boss pissed off about the phone bill, so you had to keep it brief, and then decided that he was going to start paying for the fucking phone bill, so now he can talk for as long as he wants. Oh, God. Oh, actually, I do want to check something. I'm not going to have another drink. I'm already drunk enough. Telephone is the radio of the past, but the television is the telegraph of the future. Okay, so I've gotten all the things that I can out of him right now. I need to go to Goldthwait Park. And they've got the minty tea here. Alright, bus stop, back to S.I.T. campus, back to the zoo. Oh boy, you walk past a phone booth and, well, there's clearly something not right with this phone booth. I mean, the booth itself looks fine, but there's some kind of wriggling, twitching, shadowy mess inside it. Like a horrible multi-armed monstrosity scrambling to get free. As you're standing there watching, one of the arms manages to grab a door handle, and shadow spills out on the sidewalk, splitting into 5 creepy little human-shaped shadows. What is this, some kind of shadow fraternity prank? Fight 'em! Damn shadows. It could be a shadow fraternity prank. But yeah, we got 5 shadow homunculi and a spider. Molly, just shoot them all. There are actually 6 enemies here, so this is not going to go perfectly, but hey, 5 damage to 5 enemies is still not bad. Took out 1. So now there are only 5. Beautiful. And again, no need to overthink this. Swear at that one. And queso fustalento at that one. Yeah, this'll work. You won. Nobody messes with telephone booths on your watch. Alexander Graham Bell would be proud. Nice. Alright. What do you got, Lordo? Yep, I got it right here. Super Soldier Serum. You got any more? Five cotton candies? Jesus. Man, I thought that... That's ridiculous. But as long as I'm going to the boardwalk, I do have new hats. Alright, 10 XP. I also probably have a ton of XP that I can spend. Stone Frat Cap. Yeah, everything back to the Wet Fez. Which I'm pretty sure... No, even the Wet Fez. I don't think that I've... Yeah, haven't had the picture of the Wet Fez yet. So 30 meat for that. $30 meat for the balaclava, even though that covers my face. The diving helmet. What is that? A diving helmet? Perfect. I love it. I'm pretty sure I haven't had a picture of the Wet Fez yet. What is that? A Wet Fez? Yes, it is. Back to my comfy, uncursed fedora. Alright, so you've got some cotton candy, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for Glordo. Huh. Friendly looking fish. So the fishmen here are friendly too, by the way. That's all the fishmen what are friendly. Delicious oyster and fishman throwing spear. Most excellent. Alright. Back to the zoo. We got it right here. Triple mint tea. Got it. Okay. So I think like the one frickin' thing he's not gonna want doubles of is the thing that I bought way too much of. So that's 3, right? No, that's 2. This'll be 3. God, this is so damned inefficient. Sure, here you go. That's fine by me. 5 XP is good. Back to the Plunkett Street. And 10 more XP with Molly. Again, I need to figure out... Actually, one thing that I really want is I want that encyclopedia of sleaze, but I think I missed out on it because I just didn't happen to have 200 meat at the time. Yeah, I might have just missed on that opportunity, which sucks, but you don't have the meat, you don't have the meat. Ah, advanced magnospheric flux. Sure, it's a deal. That sounds perfect. What can I learn from here? This textbook is about invisible forces that surround us and make compasses work. Grants a spell damage perk. Read. Book is all about invisible forces that control our destiny and the destiny of our lunches. It's really abstract. Getting through it is going to take some real effort. I've got plenty of XP. You read the book and develop a deeper appreciation for the unseen forces in your life. We got a perk, Seen Forces. You put the book down for a second to muse on it. And speaking of unseen forces, has anybody seen your book? Spooky. Seen Forces, +1 to magical weapon attacks. Not bad. Alright. We got it right here. Please tell me you want more pork soda. Good, okay. Thank you, sir. Alright. Back to the Vector Wing. Uh-oh. You hear cheering and chanting coming from a ramshackle, abandoned-looking frat house and wander inside to see what's going on. What's going on is some vampires have found a bunch of medical blood bags somewhere and have hooked them all up to the same line. One vampire is on the floor underneath the IV stand, desperately chugging from the tube, while others are chanting, "Chug, chug, 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 hey! Who are you? You were not invited. We have a party crasher in our midst." The other vampires give you menacing glares, except for the one on the floor who is still busy trying not to drown. Hypnotize them. You waggle your fingers. You waggle your fingers at them hypnotically. You are getting sleepy. Are you attempting to hypnotize us? Well, yeah. Sleepy. That will not work on us. Are you sure? I'm pretty good. Just relax a little. No, see, we're not susceptible to sleepy. Cut it out. You're embarrassing yourself. Look, I've totally got this. I've done it a bunch of times. I believe you, but sleep. Knock it off! Look, I'm determined to prove it to you. Hold on a second. I'm going to go get my gold pocket watch. I'll be right back. Vampires roll their eyes and sigh heavily as you leave. 15 XP. Haha! Alright, team. We're gonna win because we're gonna fucking steroid irate a victory. Eve is smiling, but you can tell she's uneasy. Try this, Super Soldier Serum. Whatever you say, Coach. Eve's attack power has been increased by 5. Excellent. Athlete David. David is anxiously examining their donuts. Try this, buddy. Whatever you say, Coach. David cracks open the can and guzzles the syrup. David's attack power has been increased by 5. Charlie nervously does a few jumping jacks. Try this. Whatever you say, Coach. Charlie cracks open the can and guzzles the syrup. Excellent. Nice but not least, Alice. Alice is fidgeting with an avocado. She seems nervous. Try this, Super Soldier Serum. Whatever you say, Coach. All right. Pat her on the back. Pat him on the back. Pat him on the back. Wait. Oh, okay. David is a they, them. Alright, fine. I think we're good to go, huh? Mirror presumably for uniform checking. Alright. The door to the combat arena, see who you're up against. Oh. So we probably could have just done this without... So this is just combat, isn't it? I'm not even fighting, am I? I feel like that this is going to get very expensive. Yeah, this is combat that I literally have no control over. Like, I'm not doing any of this. Alright. To battle? Okay. That big guy over there is kind of scary. Ooh. This is not going quite as well, huh? Yeah, we might lose this one. Yeah, we're definitely losing this one. Do I need to get the frickin' super soldier serum for every single round? Do I really need to? Like, that gets expensive as hell, man. Okay, no, we won, but, like, barely. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Double donuts. Pat him on the back. Toss shells. Ooh. Add salt. How about act a little earlier? Pat her on the back. Pat him on the back. Pat him on the back. Excellent. Everybody's feeling good. To battle! Alright, so far so good. Beautiful. That double donut is working nicely. But who's the one what's supposed to be causing the bleeding? Okay, that one is out, but it's fine. I think we're still doing okay. Alright. I think we're I think we're still doing okay. Yeah, we got this. Excellent work, everybody. Advance to round 4. What is head mirror? Increased damage and healing. Head mirror. My guy, Charlie, you are doing excellent. You're doing well, too. High five. Let's see. How about use spices for stronger buffs? High five. Hey Molly, add some bullets to their to their food. West Newbury slop tossers. To battle? Alright. One of them is out already. Ooh. Excellent. Ah, the medic just got... Oh well. That's another one out, though the big guy's still around, which is not great, but... Alright, the big guy's gone. And that should be the end of this one. Nice job, everyone! How many rounds of this are there? High five, bud. High five. Haven't really had much bleeding. So meditate beforehand. High five. High five. High five. Okay. Oop. Ah, here we go. So this is where we go. Tucker the Twin Tortilla Titan, Tucker the other Twin Tortilla Titan. Let's give this a try. One down already. Ooh, of course. The one time that I didn't suggest bleeding is the time that there is in fact bleeding. I think we'll be okay. Maybe. No, we're not doing too great. This is going to be a close one. Whew! Whew! We just eked it out! You won! Congratulations, you beat your hated rivals, the Norvard Hurleywoods, and won the coveted Boyardee trophy. Hooray for Chef Boyardee! The local food fight commissioner comes over, shakes your hand, and signs a transcript. Mentions that you can keep playing in postseason matchups if you want, but you've earned your course credit. Hooray! You completed your elective, your team surrounds you beaming with pride, they shout 3 cheers, dump a huge bucket of pork gravy over... Ew. Man, Charlie has just been... fantastic. Wear boots. Put on a thick hat. Thick jacket. Alright, should we try one more? These guys seem exactly like the ones we just fought. But okay, let's try again. Yeah, it's like 2 of the same people and 3 of the same people. Oof. Not great. Definitely not great. Yeah, we're gonna lose this one. Oh well. Double fist it. Have some coffee. You sample your own wares. Makes perfect sense. Be the soup. Start prep earlier. Flex your elbows more. So it's the same team as before. Let's try it one more time, just see. I don't want to end on a loss. Alright, so far so good. Ugh, not great. Well, I wish you'd attack not the same person twice, but oh well. Gain power when taking damage, that's helpful. Lick donuts first. Get thicker skin, that's going to be very helpful. Taste it beforehand. Work on your biceps. Okay. Well, at least one of my team is immune to bleeding. God, so much HP. I mean, this is going slightly... Well, is it going slightly better or is it going slightly worse? It's not going well. Yeah, no. I think the only way to do this is the Super Soldier Serum, and I'm not buying all that shit again. I've done what I needed to do there. If I could battle, I would. And this whole thing would be very different. No, you wouldn't know about Phys Ed. You would. Okay, if they lose, give your fellow students a pep talk. I don't think we're allowed to use horses. Ah, yes, if you're really having trouble, it might be that you could acquire some assistance from one of our local frat boys, but I mustn't say more. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Nice weather we're having. Read any good books lately? Not slightly great. Which one? Dot, 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 dot. It's still nice to hear. Got any hobbies? Painting, photography? I guess that's kind of rude of me, just assuming you'd be into visual arts. Dancing? Keep guessing. Macrame? Knitting? Badminton? Croquet? I'm surprised he hasn't gotten pissed off at me yet. But alright. I think I've done everything that I can do with that for now. So my question is there anything else that I can do in general? Oh, hang on. You okay, Molly? You've gone 5 whole minutes without saying a word. Oh, that's unexpected. Where'd you find the book? Huh? Oh, on a bench somewhere. It's pretty interesting. Applied ballistics. You think we'll need you think we'll be needing to throw a 90-kilogram projectile over 300 meters? Because there's a real juicy diagram in here. Look, gee, Molly, you could be the girl that revolutionizes gang warfare, except opposite of revolutionized. 16 XP. Right, I forgot. There's something else we need to do for the mafia. Let's go to fish and chips. Doi. Seem to have taken a wrong turn somewhere. Unless you were trying to get into the subterranean maintenance corridor filled with steam pipes, maybe you were considering it's S.I.T. and all. Turn around and start to head back, but a homemade, plaster-made maintenance robot trundles under view and turns a wheel valve. Hot steam shoots out of a nearby pipe blocking rack. Hey, robot, turn that steam off. Boop, boop. Well, fine, I'll do it my beep, beep. Aw, come on. Fight the robot. Robots, of course, are immune to bleeding and poison because they are non-biological. Also have solid physical armor, so not great. So Molly, just kneecap the spider, would you? I can take care of these guys. Yeah, wow. Alright, piece of scrap metal, anarchist hardware, and Alfina grew stronger. Wow. Alright, Greasy Steve. Greasy Steve gives you a serious nod. Sit down. You sit down. What's up with the grim look, Steve? Got a serious job for you this time, kid. It ain't gonna be easy. After those last 2 jobs, I could do with the challenge. That's an attitude that'll take you far, kid. Maybe right off a cliff, though. So what's the job? There's this vampire. Real mean S.O.B. Got one of our capos really steamed. Like, really steamed. As in, literally steamed the guy to death. What? It's one of those mist-type vampires, you know? But real hot. I don't mean hot as in good-looking. I see. Maybe. Fight was in the steam tunnels under S.I.T. We managed to seal the thing up in there, but someone's got to take care of it for good. Although, how you can manage to seal a steam creature in a room, I don't know, but sure. I guess that's where I come in, huh? That's the long and the short of it, kid. Here's the combination of the door. Don't go in there half-cocked. Hands you a folded slip of paper and a sack of rotting vegetables. You got an item? Bag of spoiled vegetables. How are these supposed to help? They're not. I just want you to throw them away from me. Or, hell, keep them. I don't care. Swell, thanks. Greasy Steve. Physically incapable of not giving you something disgusting whenever you talk to him and he gives you a job. This is a bag of spoiled vegetables. You don't know what kind of vegetables they are, and you're certainly not going to open the bag to find out. Deals your muscle plus 4 sleaze damage. Gross. Alright, so remember that locked door in the steam tunnels? Yeah, that's what's behind there. So if we actually head back to Rufus's lab, and then I think I always go the wrong way with this. Yeah, I went the wrong way with this. Oh well. Yeah, see the locked door over here. This door has a combination lock on it. Use the combination Greasy Steve gave you. Steve's note says 1, 2, 3. Jeez, these guys. Remember their other code was 9999. This code is 1, 2, 3. Dial in the combo and the lock clicks open. Head inside. Well, this looks fun. A steam vampire and a bunch of cute-looking vampire thrall female things. This old disintegrating boiler is currently being powered by a bunch of burning garbage. The vampires seem to be enjoying the hot steam. Consider the boiler. If you could replace the water in this boiler with holy water, that would put a crimp on their fun. You'd only need about 100 gallons of it. Where am I going to get 100 gallons of holy water? Hey, don't ask me. I'm just suggesting things. Wait, aren't vampires also allergic to running water, even if it isn't holy? The steam count is running water. Convince the vampires that steam's deadly. 15 mysticality. Come back later with maybe with 100 gallons of holy water. I've only got 11 mystic... How do I only have 11 mysticality? I thought I had 12 earlier. Am I not wearing the right pants? Oh yeah, I'm wearing the waxed slacks still. Doy. Man, that's kind of embarrassing. I mean, that's still not enough, but... Group of nasty vampires is enjoying the steam. Their boss leers at you malevolently. Talk to them. You seem like you've got something to say. Me? I am merely amused that those mob ruffians have sent a neophyte to clean up a mess, which one of their own lieutenants could not. I will boil your blood like a sweet mulled wine, human. And my servants and I will drink a toast to your demise. Yeah, that is pretty much what I was expecting. You can fight them. You can. But they mentioned something about holy water. Well, I wonder where I can get 100 gallons of holy water. I seem to recall at one point in time we were looking at one of the Tin Lizzies flags you down. Hey, boss. I'm my trusted lieutenant. Aha! Maggie Copper. I love the Tin Lizzies. 6 meat. Very good. But when I was exploring the Magi Mech-Tech refrigeration factory with a little dawning lens, we saw a fridge that was not for lunches in there. Experimental, not for lunches. And I think it was, cursed fishing rod? Damn. Yeah, see? Oh, this fridge is plugged in. Experimental, not for lunches. Open it. Fridge has been fitted with an experimental automatic ice cube maker. Unfortunately, it's made one single gigantic ice cube that fills the entire fridge. Take the giant ice cube. Sure, why not? It isn't the most ridiculous thing you'll do this week. In fact, it is not. You might think that a block of ice as tall as you would be difficult to carry around, and you'd be right. And hey, there's a cathedral here, or a church here, St. Polycarp's. I do not have a match on my person. Thank you for the match. Oh, yeah, it is a cathedral. And there is, in fact, a vicar here. Ask him about holy water. Speaking of help, Father, I've got some vampires to deal with, and I was wondering if you could spare some holy water. Oh, certainly. Our font is over there. Right over there. Please help yourself. Well, the thing is, I need a whole lot of it, enough to fill an industrial boiler. So, like, about 100 gallons? Oh, hell, goodness me. If you can provide the water, I can bless it for you. I can also do ice if that's more convenient. I believe it would work out to about 15 cubic feet. I just so happen to have a block of ice. About 15 cubic feet in volume right on me right now, Father. Set the block of ice down with a thud. Why, so you do. All right, I'd be happy to bless this for you. He mumbles under his breath and makes some religious gestures at the huge block of ice. There you go, as holy a block of ice as I've ever seen. You got an item. Giant holy ice cube. Thanks, Father. 15 cubic feet of pure holy water in an easy to deal with ice form. Excellent. Back to the Plunkett Street. Yes, give me meat. Back to the S.I.T. campus. Oh dear. Loud crashing sounds and yelling from a nearby classroom attract your attention and curiosity. Cautiously poke your head in the door and then quickly poke it back out again to dodge a handful of bolts thrown by an angry robot. Several students are cowering behind overturned desks, and you crawl back there to join them as the two robots wildly throw junk everywhere. What the heck is going on in here? Well, we were wondering if robots could be programmed to have a sense of team spirit. So we split into two teams and made these tennis ball throwing robots and set them to dislike each other. It seems to have worked. 01001001001001001. Shut the hell up! The student explains where the robot shut-off switches are, and you duck, dodge, and dive through a storm of hurled debris, eventually managing to shut them down with only minor bruises. Phew, thanks a lot. Thanks. I guess it's back to the drawing board. Maybe stick to drawing, actually. Continue on my way. Alright. Yeah, see, the steam door, or the locked door, was right fucking here. I really did go the wrong way. I can still fight them, but I do in fact have a holy iceberg on my person, so you heave the giant ice cube into the boiler, and the steam immediately becomes sort of nicer, whiter, and just a little bit sparkly. Like a cloud that an angel would sit on while playing a harp. Well, that's probably just your imagination. What isn't, though, is the vampire screaming and melting into acrid puddles of goo. 30 XP! Hooray! I could have fought them, but I didn't particularly feel like it. Oh good, let's fish in the holy thing with a cursed fishing rod. That's gonna go very well. Handful of steam. Yeah, it went about as well as I could have expected. Deals 5 hot damage. Alright, back to the greasiest of Steves. No, I think I'm good. Greasy Steve greets you with a relieved grin. Sit down. Kid, I honestly didn't expect to see you again. You got real talent. I was nothing. No, don't sell yourself short. You got a real future in this organization. Got an item briefcase full of meat. That's probably the last job you'll be getting from me. Dealt a fatal blow to the bloodsuckers in this territory. If the boss has any more work for you, it'll be somewhere else. Good luck, kid. Thanks, Steve. See you around. Greasy Steve is too busy eating to talk right now, and he will continue to be too busy eating to talk for any other time we might see him. But in the meantime, that's 700 more meat, so not bad for a day's work. Speaking of a day's work, we still have managed to avoid doing our main class over at the robot lab, or our geology class. where I don't even frickin' remember where that's supposed to be. I'm gonna wander around a bit because there's not a lot of time left. Alright, this nonsense again. So there are some textbooks here that the guy who sells textbooks has that are actually kind of helpful. Yeah, do that. That means that there'll only be 5 enemies. I wish that the mosquito could heal your ally too, but alas, no. Presto Swisso. Again! Hocus Camberotosis. And this last one, I've still got 4 AP after this. Good lord. Okay, liquid nitrogen. I still don't have any. Frickin' numbers. Numberology. Just get rid of the kneecap the non-Newtonian globule. I'm sure it's got knees in there somewhere. And it's time for this. What? Only 1 enemy left. Fine. 43 cold damage. Bye-bye, a go-go. Walking down a hallway in S.I.T's math department, you pass a chalkboard with a bunch of complicated math scribbled on it, with a circle drawn around it and a note that says, "Do not erase. Feeling waggish and rebellious, you erase just the circle. Unfortunately, it turns out the circle was keeping the math on the chalkboard, flies off to attack you. Solve the equations. Thinking quickly, you rearrange, reduce, and resolve the equations down to a single zero, which winks out of existence. Calculator." And more XP. I'm good. If you do try to lie to him, by the way, a fuse will fall out of your mouth. Don't ask how I know this. The not exactly audible hiss, several of the strange bar-shaped shadows you saw at the fridge factory slide into view from nowhere, arrange themselves into a circle and orbit around a central point, which opens like an eye, revealing a diamond-shaped prism of black shadow. Man, are there any geometry professors around? They would really want to see this. Fight the shapes? So you got a shadow prism there. Tommy spray, but I'm pretty sure... Yeah. So we're gonna... Can't even fully take out the ankle spider, but... Ooh, you're getting rid of my AP. You know what my major strength is, don't you? But that's fine, because I dealt damage to you already, which means I'm going to get rid of most of you in one shot. And you I can get rid of in another scoop. You won. Take your non-Euclidean bullshit elsewhere, bozos. Ah, advanced magnospheric flux. What does that do? I think I learned that already. Darn it. So yeah, no. He's got other ones, but he just happened to sell me the same frickin' book twice, which was my fault for letting him do that. Oh well. Oh boy. Yay, fishman. One more wander, and then I think I'm going to call it a night. Okay. I've seen this already, so yeah, we'll fight the shadows again, which means 2 more spiders. And... you know what, Molly? Just shoot everything. And Margaret can stilt and splatter all over the place. And this should get rid of, yeah, all of them. Alright, to the main lobby. And we'll fight some math to end things off for the day. Molly, kneecap the prime mover. And that's good. Since there's 2 enemies, one of which already had 7 HP, we'll swear at the math. And it does have 3 cold armor, but, like, that's not gonna be enough. Alright, so that's gonna do it for today. We got some stuff done. Not terribly much story, although we did in fact get my elective out of the way, throwing food at a bunch of people, so that's good. We also wandered around S.I.T. a little more and, you know, got a bunch of jobs from the mafia. We saved the sandwich village. It's all good. But yeah, like I said, that is in fact going to do it for me for today. If you only caught part of tonight's stream, you can catch all of my content over on my YouTube channel. Over there, including this episode, which I will hopefully be uploading this evening. If you only caught part of my... if you want to actually catch me live on my Twitch channel, it's over there. Normally, I go live Monday evenings and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time. I will not be streaming next week, as I will be out of town on a business trip. So that is kind of unfortunate. I will also not be streaming on the Bulba Garden channel at my usual time, but you will normally catch me on the Bulba Garden channel over there on Sundays, but I will be preparing for said business trip on Sunday, so you won't catch me Sunday at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time this week. You will next week, where I will be resuming Pokemon Crystal with everybody's fan favorite Beastland the Dunsparce. So please look forward to that. It's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. You can also catch other fun streamers over on the Bulba Garden channel, including the Caps fan, who should be streaming there tomorrow evening for his Nuzlocke, as well as on his own channel over there. And when she is feeling well, You can catch Dawning Winds on either the Bulbagarden channel or her own Twitch. Oop, that is not how you spell goblin. Typical. I can now type again and I'm failing. But yeah, you can catch her either on the Bulbagarden channel or her own channel over there. That's gonna do it for me for today. So yeah, I unfortunately will not be back to streaming again until... let's see, August 10th. It's going to be my next stream, and that will in fact be on the Bulbagarden channel and will be Pokemon Crystal version. Sad, but such is life. Anyway, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, and never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.